Sustainable Interventions Towards Resource Conservation and Natural Farming. Up till now, there is a good number of presentations deliberately on natural resource conservation and natural farming. As we know, India with 2.4% of land mass and 4.2% of fresh water supports 17.3% and 15% of global human and animal population. Presently, the country has achieved first position in several commodities, including milk at global level. India also presents a net exporter of agricultural and processed food products valued at 4.125 billion US dollars. The available estimates indicated that by 2050, the country's food requirement will be 377 million tons for feeding an expected population of 1.7 billion. This warrants increased productivity of crops and livestock by judicious and sustainable management of our natural resources. Shrinking and degradation of natural resources coupled with climate variability and climate change, faulty land use system are posing serious concern for sustaining and increasing our agricultural productivity. However, rapid depletion of groundwater, contamination of groundwater, overexploitation are some of the serious concerns the country is facing today. Moreover, monoculture of crops, excessive tillage, indiscriminate use of agrochemicals also leads to loss of biodiversity. In this regard, conservation agriculture, agroforestry, soil and water resource management with increased use of organic manure, biofertilizer, green manure, etc. are some of the options for sustainable management of natural resources. In cognizance of the above, this present national webinar is being organized to deliberate and develop some workable strategy and a roadmap for sustainable use of natural resources and promoting natural farming. With this, I once again welcome you to today's second day session of this national webinar. So, sir, I welcome you to today's this session's chairman, sir, Dr. K.K. Sood, Professor, Division of Agroforestry, Jammu, Co-Chairman Dr. Rakesh Banyal, Principal Scientist, ICRC CSSI Colonel, Conveners Ranjita Besbarua, Pampa L. Bhutia, Sontara Kolita, and Dr. Ajay K. Misra. Thank you so much.
So I request the conveners to please be attentive and just take note of the proceedings because we have a valedictory session today only. So I request you all to please compile and mail the proceedings to the academy. And meanwhile, I request Dr. K.K. please take on the dais. I'll hand over the mic to him. Welcome, sir. You along with Dr. R. Banyal can just take a roll call. First of all, actually, I can see that the keynote speakers and lead speakers are already there. So welcome to Dr. Handa, Dr. Rajiv Bora, and Dr. M.S. Hadda. Sir, over to Dr. Sood. So you can start the proceedings, please.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. I welcome my co-chairman, keynote speaker, lead speakers, persons on the dais, and other participants. So without wasting time, I think I must request Dr. A.K. Handa to present his topic, Agroforestry, a Sustainable Land Use System. Dr. Handa, please.
Good morning, everyone, and respect all the organizers. Thanks for providing me this opportunity. And Honorable Chair, my colleague, Dr. Kamal Kishore Sood, and co-chair, Dr. Banyal, our friend, and all the dignitaries on the dais and friends. Without much taking any time, I'll start my presentation because already we are 10-15 minutes late and many presentations are there. So I'll start my presentation. Kindly enable the screen sharing, please. I hope it is visible.
Yes, sir. This is
Yes,
good.
yes, it is visible.
It's moving also. It is moving also.
Moving,
Yeah,
yes.
okay.
To start, sir.
So I'm starting my presentation. It is agroforestry, a sustainable land use system. Myself, Dr. A.K. Handa. I'm working at this Central Agroforestry Research Institute, Jhansi. So my presentation, I'll focus on the introduction and importance of agroforestry, then what is the current scenario, important agroforestry systems for sustainability, and some new initiatives taken in this subject, and policies and programs and way forward. Just 1 minute about my institute. It is under the ICR NRM division, that is Natural Resource Management Division. It was established in 1988 as NRC Agroforestry and later on upgraded as Central Agroforestry Research Institute in 2014. We are also having this All India Coordinated Research Project on agroforestry, a very big network having 37 centers representing all agroclimatic zones of the country. As we all know that the major challenges before all of us today is that global challenges are poverty, hunger, land degradation, and climate change. And mainly due to this land degradation, due to water and wind erosion, we are facing the problem of the sustainable land use systems. And due to this global warming and other climate changes and another threat. Coming to the vision for the forest and tree cover in the country, we all know that there is a policy that 33% of the area should be under the forest and tree cover in the country. But what is the current situation? If we go through this slide, we can see that actual forest cover and tree cover in the country, it is still about 24.6, and in the last 18 years, as per the FSI reports from 2001 to 2019, only 1.6% growth has taken place. So it means in 18 years, if there is only 1.6% growth, then to achieve the 33% target, it will take many years, and it is almost not possible to go increase the forest cover through forest tree plantations in the forest only. So we need to think about the other mechanisms. When we see the availability of wood and other from the forest and the tree cover, if we see the source of wood production for the forest, earlier we are getting a lot of wood from the forest, but after the ban of the green felling by Supreme Court in 1990s, now out of this 70.67 million hectare of forest, which is roughly about 23% of India's geographical area, we are getting only 3 million cubic meter of wood production from this forest. Earlier, up to from 1970, it was earlier it was 10 million cubic meter, then came to 4 million in 1990s after Supreme Court judgment, and now it is almost 3 million cubic meter only. So it is not sufficient to get the wood from the natural forests. Then we have to need to focus on the tree outside the forest, which almost about 29.4 million hectare area, covering 8.9% of the India's geographic area. And this 29.4 million hectare is contributing about 85 million cubic meter of the wood. So this is the tree outside the forest only, which is sustaining our wood-based industries. So roughly India is producing about 88 million cubic meter of wood every year, 85 from tree outside forest and 3 million cubic meter from the forest, natural forest. And on the another side, India is one of the biggest importer of wood and wood-based products. Annually, we are importing about 6 million cubic meter of the roundwood and sawnwood, about 15 million cubic meter of the annual import of wood and wood products, which generally roughly amounts to more than 44,000 crores of import in the wood and wood product. In addition to this, it is also learned that about 10% of the global illegal wood trade is also happening in the India. So this shows that we are, in spite of this increase in the tree outside forest cover, we are still importing a lot of wood and wood-based products from the outside the country. Now coming to the challenges for this our agroforestry system, how we can improve it. And this first thing is, for any sustainable agroforestry system or any system, first of all, we have to identify and maintain the existing systems. that what is the requirements, what is happening actually in the field, and characterize them to generate the knowledge. Then we have to enhance that traditional knowledge through our management practices. After that, we need to diversify those systems through high value trees and crops, then identify the policy barriers, that why it is not scaling up, what are the issues and challenges, and then we also need to identify the environmental security contribution, because in addition to production and the economic benefits, nowadays agroforestry mainly contributing toward the ecosystem services also. So for sustainability, we need to provide this benefit to the farmers also. This needs to be benefit should go to the farmers for their ecosystem services also. So we need to identify those environment security assessment also. So any climate smart agriculture, it depends upon the three things, which increases the productivity, enhances the resilience, and reduces the greenhouse gas emission. Therefore, which systems which contribute toward the national food security and helps in our meeting the sustainable development goal. And if we see the various sustainable development goal, agroforestry is almost contributing toward the each of the sustainable development goal, whether it is related to the poverty, hunger, clean water, clean energy, or everything. So agroforestry has a role in most of the sustainable development goals. Now, as we know that agroforestry farmers is in the centric stage, and then three main components, forest or trees or pastures, livestock, and agriculture. When we see the linkages between these components, there is very strong linkage between agriculture and livestock, because livestock providing compost and agriculture providing fodder to it. Forest also has providing strong linkage with agriculture for the this contribution, but the backward linkage between agriculture and livestock and forest is not strong. We need to protect the forest also, or tree cover from the livestock also, and provide the same type of this compost which we are going to the agriculture from the livestock to the forest also. Then only strong linkages can be developed from both sides. It will help all the components of the agroforestry. In agroforest, generally, we are taking advantage. Why it is sustainable? Because we are taking the advantage from the different layers of the natural resources. Here, two diagrams, one sketch diagram and this real field picture shows that we are taking 4 or 5 layers benefit of the natural resources. Whereas in monocropping, we are utilizing only 1 or 2 layers of the natural resources. But when we are using so many components on the same piece of land, naturally there is competition between the two components because they interact with each other. So we have, our main job is to reduce this competition. Our studies have shown that the major competition is based on the light, for the light between the tree and the crop, and other competition is for nutrient and water. So if we can manage the tree canopy, then at least we can reduce more than 50% competition between tree and crop. Coming to the current status of agroforestry, currently agroforestry is meeting about 2/3 the demand for the fuel wood and more than 70 or 80% demand for the plywood and the paper industry, and about 10% for green fodder livestock. And our overall productivity of the systems is very less, but with careful selection of tree and crop combination, we can easily increase it by 10 tons per hectare per year. Currently in the country, there are more than 25,000 wood-based industries, mainly sawmills, and most of them are in the unorganized sector. In addition to some manufacturing panels, plywood industries, paper industries, and others. But 90% of these are running on the half of their capacity because they are not getting the raw material. And agroforestry can be a solution to reduce this gap between demand and supply. Now, recently, some of the states are now have opened the license for the wood-based industries, like in Haryana, they have opened and asking bids have been asked for the opening the wood-based industry. So now again, the in this demand will increase. Recently, this rate of poplar has reached the all-time high in the country. Now it is almost about 1,500 rupees per quintal per in the Haryana, which is first time it has reached such a high rate. So this shows that there is a lot of demand for the wood and the farmers can get benefit from this. For any sustainable system in agroforestry, there are 4 major components. That is, we have to remember 4 I's are there: intentional, intensive, interactive, and integrated. First is intentional, that we have intentionally introduced these components on the same piece of land. Next is intensive. The management system in agroforestry is very intense compared to the monocropping. And third is interactive, because when there are more than one component, they will interact with each other. And next is integrated, that we have to take this system in an integrated manner, we cannot take them individually. For any agroforestry system, the best thing is to first select, as in the case of crops, we have number of varieties, but in case of trees, still we are exploring the natural variation and utilizing the best material. Here I have given the example of 3-4 species, that how much variability is existing in the nature. Our job is to select the best one according to our objectives. Then based on this, like in our institute, we have explored this Dalbergia Shishu germplasm, and the best material have been selected, which is compared to the local is performing better. Then based on this, we can go for the clonal seed orchard. Now our objective should be, instead of a species specific, there is a need to move toward the clone specific agroforestry systems, because the agroforestry policy also says that there is a need to provide the quality planting material to the farmers to get the maximum from this agroforestry policy and harness its maximum benefits. Our institute, along with World Agroforestry Center, has developed guidelines to produce quality planting material, and these guidelines are available on our institute website. It has been documented in this website. So based on this, as I told, that need to move toward the clonal thing, then our centers of ACRIP like this Milia MTP2 has been developed by this FCRI Metuplyme. Such type of clonal materials is required, which is very uniform, but high productivity is there, easy to manage, and provide maximum returns to the farmers. These are some of the agroforestry systems, successful agroforestry systems for the country, for different agroclimatic zones, which have been developed by our institute, and all these soft copy of all these documents are available on the website of our institute. Just showing some slides of the sustainable agroforestry systems which have been developed by this ACRIP on agroforestry and our institute. Like popular based agroforestry system, it is one of the most important system in the northwestern plains of the country. Here you can see number of crop combinations can be grown with the popular, and quality planting material is available, market is available. That's why it is one of the most successful agroforestry systems. Even when no crop can be grown, this apiculture and other type of interventions can be taken in this species. Then another important system is this eucalyptus based system. Here also we can either go for the block plantations, intercropping with the trees, or boundary plantation. Even some pisciculture and other things can, or for water pumping, biodrainage can be taken with the eucalyptus. Another sustainable system like this teak based system, which is for those farmers who can wait for the longer period, like 20-25 years, they can go for such type of systems, and number of fruits and vegetables can also be cultivation with teak. Then Milia based system, it is coming up very well in most part of the countries except the waterlogged conditions. Then bamboo based system. So these are some of the systems which can be sustained and providing better returns to the farmers, and the productivity has also increased. And even though in those lands where nothing can be grown, tree crops cannot be taken, like very degraded lands, there we can go for the silvipasture systems. And with the animal component and grasses and pastures and fodder trees, still we can get a lot of biomass productivity and increase the productivity. Then another option is for the biofuels. The species like Simaruba, Pongamia, Neem. Again, now there is another more emphasis on the biofuel, and revised biofuel policy has also come. So these biofuel species are also very important in the agroforestry. Then new initiatives like sandal-based agroforestry is coming up very well. Earlier it was in the southern parts of the country only, but now in Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Punjab, Haryana, a lot of areas, farmers are going for this sandal-based agroforestry. Then medicinal plants can be introduced, paddy, mushroom cultivation can be taken up. So these are some other avenues where farmers can take advantage of this agroforestry. But to take the complete advantage of agroforestry, there is need to develop the complete value chain. Here I have shown example of Prosopis juliflora. Earlier it was considered totally as a weed, or very no one was wanting juliflora plantation every year, but now even this is also utilized for energy production. Complete value chain has been developed, and farmers are harvesting it from the their fields and providing it for the bioenergy plants. Similarly, this value chain has been developed for the silage preparation from the tree leaves. So such type of value chains are developed. Even it can be used for the animal feed also, some tree species, for the restoration of the mine areas through these plantations. And another important aspect for this agroforestry is for the natural resource management through agroforestry interventions. Here we can take tree plantations can be done in those areas which are slopy lands, water, lot of soil erosion is there, water, very less rainfall is there. So through the help of these check dams and other gully plugging and so much, these things we can go for the water conservation and then introduce the tree plantations. We have done this in our Bundelkhand area, which is very drought prone areas. We through these check dams and this bunding of the fields, we have reduced the soil loss has been reduced by 73%, base flow increased, and ultimately it increased the cropping intensity and productivity of major crop has been increased. Another important aspect for sustainable agroforestry is soil health improvement through the agroforestry. Here we can see that agroforestry is providing number of benefits for the soil also, like increase in the soil carbon through carbon sequestration, reclamation of degraded lands, organic soil, organic matter. Number of benefits are there for the introducing trees for the soil health. Then even for the small farmers who cannot go for the tree in their cultivation with the crops, they can at least introduce trees in the farm boundaries. And even through these farm boundaries, if we can, all farm boundaries are having trees, then at least we can increase tree cover up to 8 to 9% in the countries. And it will meet the requirement of the small farmers for their fodder, feed, and fruits from this farm boundaries itself. These are some of the another publication, new initiatives taken by institute, like measuring carbon sequestration potential of the country and area under the country. These are also available on our website, institute website, complete practice methodology that how we can study the carbon sequestration and how to measure the area under agroforestry through this remote sensing and GIS tools. Then now the main objective should be that there should be Atmanirbhar in wood production, because as I told that we are importing a lot of wood from the other countries. So here need is to focus either on the forest if we can focus on about 10% or 6 million hectare of the forest, excluding the national parks and wildlife sanctuaries, we can additionally increase 2 to 3 million cubic meter of wood. And in addition to this, if we focus on the 35 million hectare of farmers, uncultivated wastelands and current fallows, we can generate about 135 million person employment, and about 55 billion rupees can be generated by introducing trees on the farm boundaries. When question arises, when agroforestry has so much benefit, why it has not been promoted on the large scale? Mainly it was that because there was no clear-cut policy on this. Then a policy was introduced in 2014 with the main objective is to encourage production of the wood, incentivize the industry to use local wood, and treat wood farming along as with the agriculture farming and research and development on tree outside the forest. The major recommendation should be anti-dumping duty on what we are importing from outside, regulating the import of illegal woods, treating wood industry at par with the food processing, developing digital platforms, providing quality planting material, capacity building, etc. Then some of the initiatives which are taken in the last 1 year is like increase in the import duty on furniture and agarbattis by the government, and also launch of National Toy Action Program. In this Toy Action Program, there is specific focus on the softwood toys also. So it will also help in the promotion of softwood production in the country. To promote the agroforestry, there is need to move through a consortia mode where research institutes, farmers, wood-based industries, and financial institutes have to come together. Then only we can move ahead. And our center has also developed a Farm Tree mobile app also. It is freely available on the Google Play Store for Android system. It gives complete package and practice of the agroforestry systems comprising about 20 important tree species. One can download it from the Google Play Store. It is available in Hindi as well as English. So in the end, I can say that for promoting the agroforestry, there is need for the go into some few options like cluster-based approach, mainstreaming the agroforestry with the other extension programs, ICT focus should be there, collective action is required. we should move ahead in PPP mode. And just like in agriculture startups, there should be focus on agroforestry startups also, and innovating fund from CSR should also go toward the agroforestry research and development, and need to convergence and networking of the capacity building programs, including the all policies and programs of the central government. In the end, we can say that there is a need to move toward the wood security in the country. As per IFRO, India is accounting, as I told earlier, that 10% illegal growth wood trade, but agroforestry can stop it by increasing the wood productivity in the country. So agroforestry is the solution to move toward the self-reliance in the wood country. Thank you, everyone. And in the end, we can say that there is need to move ahead through development, but by keeping conservation in the mind. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Arun Handa, for highlighting the importance of agroforestry in increasing tree cover, sustainable resource use, then providing ecosystem, then what are the impediments and how to encourage the agroforestry adoption, and then value addition. Thank you very much.
If any queries and others,
Any queries, please?
Yes. Dr. Handa, it was a very enriching presentation. I would just like you to share your thoughts at this platform, how agroforestry can contribute towards natural farming.
Yeah, agroforestry. If we see the history of the agroforestry itself is a part of natural farming only. It evolved from the shifting cultivation, zoom cultivation, and all this. These are the part of the natural farming only. And even now, when we practice agroforestry, if we are not going for the chemical fertilizers and the tree leaves, when they tree leaves are shed in the our farm fields, they enrich the soil, and we can even buy pesticides through neem and other things. So agroforestry has a great role in the natural farming. Because when we introduce the trees with the crops, it is a main concept. It evolved. Our farming systems have evolved through this system only. So it is a main component for the natural farming by introducing this trees in our farmlands.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Any other question? Thank you, Dr. Handa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman, and the organizers for this opportunity.
Now, without wasting time, I request Dr. Rajiv Bora, Principal Scientist, Rainforest Research Institute, to take up his topic, Aquilaria malacensis, a potential aromatic and medicinal plant of agroforestry system in Northeast India. Dr. Rajiv Bora, please.
Yeah, good morning, respected chairman and co-chairman and distinguished participants. Myself, Dr. Rajiv Kumar Bora, scientist G in Rainforest Research Institute. It's a sister institute of Indian Council of Forestry Research and Education in Dehradun under Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Slides are visible? Hello.
Yes,
Dr.
these are,
Bora, your slides are visible, but just try to put it on slide mode.
Pardon?
You just put it on slide mode, presentation mode. Or if it is not possible, then you can increase the size because the size is too, small to view.
Is it okay?
No change.
So I'll be talking about this equilibrium. So this this present by this what is agar fragment root formed as a result of host fungus interaction in the heart of the equilibrium
Dr.
lichens.
Rajiv Bora, you are not audible.
Pardon?
There is some network problem at your end, I think.
Dr. Bora, your slides are still not in presentation mode. Or you can go for the options for the view at the end of the right side. Dr. Bora, are you listening?
Yeah, yes. Yes. Right?
No, it has crossed the margins, so its size is too big. Just make it small one. Just reduce its size. At the bottom, you have a three icon, open book icon. You just click that. It's a readable or a view. Not this. Okay, just go ahead. It's quite good. You start with your presentation, no problem.
Dr. Rajiv, you can start.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, just go ahead, no problem.
Okay.
But you just try to
But,
keep your voice and come closer to the mic so that your voice can be audible to the all the participants.
Yeah, it's okay. You can start, Dr. Rajiv.
Yeah. Because once upon a time, everywhere, equilibrium analysis is everywhere in the Northeast. In the past, through Agar Mahal, an unscientific management poor regeneration, the Indian species of agarwood, this is Equilibrium malacanse, this synonym Equilibrium agalasa, is included in the CITES Appendix 2 since 16 February 1995. And now it has become critically endangered in India, according to IUCN 2009, and all over the range, IUCN 2018, and almost extinct in the wild in Assam. So, coming to the geographic range, Equilibrium malacansis is the most widespread species of peculiar species genus. It's found entered Southeast Asia, starting from Bangladesh, Bhutan, Northeast India, Sumatra, and Kalimantan of Indonesia.
Slides are not going, sir.
Pardon?
You have to click on the each slide whichever you want to show, because on the right, the left side there is a slide uh, uh, means uh, tile is showing, and you clicked on the tile, the left side. If you want to show the fourth slide, then click on yes. It is now. It is open.
So this is found almost between from 0 to 1,000 meter MSL. So this is distribution of equilibrium species. Equilibrium has 21 species. Out of 21 species, 2 species are found in are distributed throughout the Southeast Asia. But in India, only Equilibrium malacensis and Equilibrium khasiana. Equilibrium khasiana is found in the Khasi hills of Meghalaya. Otherwise, everywhere in Northeast Asia, Equilibrium malacensis is found. Earlier, it was known as Equilibrium agalosa. Now it is Equilibrium malacensis. So if you see the national distribution is mostly in the Northeast India. And but the other areas like this Kerala and Karnataka, particularly Western Ghats of Karnataka and Kerala is now introduced. And recent introduction is the Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Orissa, and North Bengal. So in Assam, although Equilibrium malacensis is traditionally called the agar, are found everywhere, but only Jorhat, only 3 districts of Upper Assam, this Jorhat, Golakand, and Sibsagar, natural formation is there of agar root because of one presence of one borer called Neurothera conferta. So coming to the habitat and ecology is a large evergreen tree which is found in a variety of habitats including rocky, sandy or calcareous soil, well-drained slopes and ridges, areas near swamps. In India, it's found mainly in the foothills and undulating slopes of evergreen and semi-evergreen forest. So, but it's been observed low natural regeneration and to be very slow growing. History is a lot of related to history, particularly some Northeast India. Suppose if you see the capital of Tripura is Agartala. Agartala, the name comes from the agar. That's beneath the agar, so it's called Agartala. Like there are many histories. Now coming to the therapeutic properties of agar root essential oil is mostly anti-rheumatic, tonic, and there are many uses are there. The main products of agar root is used for sips and carvings. Sips is used for powder, oil, and incense. Oil is used for mainly perfumery, cosmetics, and pharmaceuticals. Then there is the products, the agar oil and products like these bath soaps and oil. Then like agar sleeves. Then the agar handicrafts mostly used in particularly in the Bangladesh. And then agar leaves can be used as agar tea. So young shoots, the first and second leaflets are selected for making tea. Pharmacological properties of agar tea includes anti-analgesics, anti-arthritis, and many other. The benefits of drinking agar tea is it's a natural detoxifier. The natural way to remove harmful toxins from body. Agar tea is a natural diuretic to get your digestive system on track. It promotes clear skin. This is basically a medium to large size tree, about 40 meters in height. In Assam, there are 2 different types of traditionally they're called Gola Sasi and Jati Sasi. Some traditional names are there, but within the Equilibrium malacensis, there are some variations also there. Based on the leaf size, leaf color, and all, like some bark color, some brown color bark, and gray color barks are there. Like normally, the agar tree is propagated by seeds. The mature but still green fruits are harvested for seed collection during rainy season. The fruits are dried in the shade for 2 days, then bursting for release seeds. The germination of mature seed takes place in the plant itself. Seeds remain viable for a very short period. So therefore, it should be immediately be sown in the seed bed. So these are the seeds. First of all, these seeds are type. So seeds are first sown in the sand bed. This seed germination takes from about 6 to 25 days. So when the seedlings are about 3 to 5 centimeters tall, about in 40 to 45 days, they are pricked into the polythene bags, arranged and then under temporary shade. You can keep these seedlings in a poly bag about 10 to 12 months. So light watering is essential. It can also grow in the root trainer. So these are poly bags. So for the main field, proper planning during plantation is very crucial for getting higher and quality essential oil. So agar plantation during the month of May to September shows higher sensitivity of seedlings. In 1 hectare of land, you can go for about 1700. You can raise 1700 plants, giving the spacing of 2.5 to 3.5 meters. So saplings are planted about 50 cubic centimeter pitch size. So by going to wild electron, cow dung, or FIM can be at the rate of 10 to 15 kg per feet. Soil around this normal the planting procedure. So, but some measure like here's a better soil. The leaf-eating caterpillar is the most destructive pest for agar plantation. It causes menace to the plantation twice in a year, being first in May, June, and then August, September. So agar trees grows in open conditions more prone to this pest as compared to the trees, but we should not use any insecticide, a synthetic insecticide. It's better we should go for this herbal pesticide, like neem. Some other like branch draining of peculiar malaccensis is caused by some nematode. One the nematode root is fungus Fusarium. It enters and causes root, but who use any fungicide to cause this fungus? Because if you use the fungicide, then the fungus responsible for agar formation will get killed. So better we should use nematicide to control this nematode. Then in nurseries, some like damping of these occurs. We should go for like some babistin. Then this agar is a long-term crop. It matures gives the yield about 15 years. So we in the intercrop we can use many crop like this patsol is using like other some medicinal plants like Raulpia, and along with the agar we can grow this pineapple. And most of the homestead of Upper Assam, they are using agar, this areca nut, coconut, and all. And in most of the Upper Assam, these tea gardens, people are growing this agar in the mid. But once you not use the agar in the as set tree, most of the tree gardens in Assam are they're using the maximum pesticide. So until and unless it's organic, we should not use this agar in the middle of the tree. Tea state. Better you should go for in the periphery of the tea gardens. Agar can also go with the pepper and areca nut. And we have tried from agar-based agroforestry model. Along with the agar, we are growing this like different crop seasonal vegetables like radish, broccoli, French bean, and cabbage. Here with the okra, ginger, and the king chili. Also, after that, we are growing agar along with the banana. And how agarwood is formed? Agarwood formation is the resinification of accumulated oleogen due to the action of microorganisms. So infection of fungus when stem is injured or bored by larvae called stem is a converter. The borer makes zigzag tunnel inside the tree. This fungus enters the plant through this vertical zigzag tunnel. But fungus infection takes long time to mature, and trees above 50 years old have the highest concentration, about 2.5 kg per tree. But there's a result of the borer. This is the main borer. There are 3 different types of borers are available. But these borers are found only in the very few pockets of Assam. It's a Jorhat, Golaghat, and Sibsagar. These are the borer. But wherever the borer goes, they're making the agarwood is formed. So how to identify infected agar tree? So if you the appearance of borer holes oozing out of watery substance, like these are the borer holes, the oozing out of watery substance, and the frost at the base of the tree, and like cracking symptoms, you can identify the nasal infection of this agar tree. But one cannot wait for such a long time, for 10 to 15 years, or moreover, only 10% of the trees are naturally infected. So people are trying for artificial treatment for agar formation. So they used to injure the tree by using some sharp knife. Main purpose of this injury is to provide a ready-made infection site and also put the tree to undergo a stress condition, which helps in spreading infection. And also they used to put some nails on the tree. And after 2 to 3 months, they used to remove the nails, and the particular those person agar is formed. And also they used to make holes and they used to put molasses so that they must affect the fungus. But in some other countries like Southeast Asian countries, they used to put some bamboo sticks and put into some chemicals, and they used to put inside the tree. Like also some CA kit, cultivated agarwood kit is discovered in University of Minnesota, and they used to remove the bark and injure the tree. And in China and all, they're wounding the tree. But basically, you have identified the fungus responsible for agar formation. Basically, 3 to 4 fungi are responsible for agar formation. These fungi we are multiplying in our laboratory, and we are artificially inoculating this fungi in the healthy trees wherever this agarwood is not necessarily formed. So we are making some holes in the tree, about 10 to 15 holes, depending on the height of the tree. Whenever the tree is about 7 to 8 years old, about 30 to 35 centimeter girth, we used to make holes using drilling machine. We used to put this periodically, because we cannot cut the tree. How to see? Because we used to remove the bark of the tree in a particular site. We see the color change. From the white color becomes black. More the black color, more the agar is formed. Then we used to periodically agar formation. After about 2 years, entire tree gets infected. So one can harvest the tree. So we used to make holes like this, and the holes get joined. So these are we have done in the in Meghalaya. This is about Tripura. This is with North Bengal. These are been some parts of them, because in usually when other than Jorhat, Golaghat, and the other parts of the, although agar trees are there, this not necessarily natural formation is there. So we are making the agar tree to get, we are artificially inoculating this tree with the help of fungi, and they were getting this agar formation. So these are different parts. Like now we are this fungal inocula we are now selling in the brand name of Sase inoculant. If anybody wants that, we can provide this fungal inocula. So these are the trees after it's inoculated, they are ready for sale. So, but this coming to the agar trade, agar has become a precious commodity as compared to gold. International trade in agarwood involves wood chips, powder, oil, and products such as perfumes, incense, and medicines. Cost of depending on the prices ranges from 10,000 to 50,000 US dollar per liter of agar oil. So Indonesia and Malaysia are the main traders of the agarwood. So the rate is just like gold. It traded in tola. 1 tola is about 11.66 grams. This rate varies from 500 to 12,000 rupees per tola in Northeast India. About more than 9,100 agar oil extraction units are working in Assam, requiring more than 7,28,000 trees of agar. About more than 1,50,000 workers and farmers involved in the agar business, and under 1.5 lakhs benefit from it indirectly. So basically, from all things to the Middle East agarwood ships, and for profit. So global trade in essential oil, perfumes, and cosmetics and toiletries was worth about just under 112 billion US dollar in 2014. So recently, the Assam Agar Promotion Policy is developed, promulgated by Assam State Department. Block plantation farmers' land and agar plantation in the homestead gardens of small growers will mostly be encouraged through this agar promotion policy. Free distribution of limited number of saplings among the small growers will be promoted. Farmers who can devote about 1 big, about 0.13 hectare or more land for agar cultivation will be incentivized through incentives for block plantation. Like there is some targeted area to be covered under agar block plantation about farmers will be about 1,000 hectare per year, which means about 5,000 hectare within 5 years. So there are some incentives for agar cultivation, like free distribution of agar saplings, up to 10 saplings per family to the small growers who usually grow agarwood in their homestead gardens, both in villages as well as in cities. Growers who are willing to offer commercial cultivation of agar, where the land holding is more than or equal to 1 bigha. Amount of 1 lakh per 3,000 saplings in the ratio of 50 to 30 to 20 in the first, second, and third year will be provided as incentive. From wild is not allowed, but cultivated source is allowed subject to following the CITES formalities. So value-added formulation from imported source allowed freely on production of affidavit. Export is mainly allowed only through Mumbai, Calcutta, Cochin, Delhi, Chennai, Tuticorin, Amritsar. Exporter has to produce certificate of origin from local divisional forest officer, file affidavit on stamp paper as proof of transfer of ownership, and obtain certificate of legal procurement from the FO after packing and selling, obtain export permit from the CITES Management Authority. These are 4 regional offices like Calcutta, Mumbai, Chennai, and Delhi. So these are the traded products. The export, we RFI, or our institute already this is a fixed export quota, about 25 tons per year. Also, and 1500 kg oil in case of oil. These are agar chips. These are traded products. And also the people are working there is this basically the agar chips are fermented for distillation for about 14 days. Then there are different distillation methods. Mostly water distillation, hydro distillation method is followed. And there is to keep this fuel for about 15 days. Then they used to extract the oil. These are pure agarwood oil. 1 liter essential to 60 per liter. Different infected blocks of agar tree. These are agar briquettes. So what are the economics of growing agar tree per hectare? So main expenditure will be about inoculation, because 1 hectare you can raise about 1700 tree per hectare. Main expenditure will be in the inoculation of agar tree. That we are calculating about 300 rupees per agar tree, so about 4,76,000 come, and we have to give 1 booster dose after about 3-4 years. So that way, total expenditure can about 31 lakhs. But in return, you see there are different grades of this oil like Boya, Doom quality, Doom high quality, and Botali. Gross return will be about 2 crore 35 lakhs. So net return one can get about 2 crore 3 lakhs 79,000 per day. This is an estimate only. So these are different grades of agarwood. So far, these are all subjective. Based on the color, based on the density, they are giving the mode of consider this low input for management and growth as a lack of site specificity, and intercropping adaptation makes the agar the most preferred cash crop in the agroforestry system of Northeast India. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv Bora, for highlighting uses of agarwood, its planting method for getting better essential oil yield, type of the agroforestry system in which agarwood can be used, plantation management, then artificial agar formation, policies and incentives to encourage its plantation, procedures for export, and economics of the agarwood cultivation. Thank you very much. Any questions, please?
Sir, I have one question, clarification. Sir, is there any climatic factors which can be influenced on the fungal inoculation in especially agarwood?
Yeah, basically it requires hot and humid climate, and also soil should be acidic soil.
Dr. Bora?
Yes, please.
I have one, query for its, expansion, because many private industries or private plantation, units, they are coming up of these other plantations in the northwestern part of India. So can you, throw some light that what is the scope in the future? Either these plantations will be successful to some extent, or just to give the diversifications of, you can say,
Yeah, the people are growing, particularly the Western Ghat. In Karnataka, almost about 25 lakhs agar trees are grown, Karnataka and particularly in Kerala. And also in Gujarat, South Gujarat, Telangana. But main problem will come, their agarwood is not necessarily formed in those areas. You have to depend on the artificial inoculation using different techniques. Mostly we are using the biological technique using fungi. Because fungi is those fungi response to agar formation, we are having those fungi. We are with this about 3-4 fungi. We are now selling those fungi also. But we have to depend on the artificial inoculation, because on the border is responsible for this particular neurozoa is available only in few pockets of Assam and Tripura. Once the border makes that holes, then fungus makes entry. So those borers, there is a connection between the borer and this agar formation. Those borers are found only in Jorhat, Golakhan, and Shivsagar districts of Assam and few districts of Tripura. So you have to depend on this artificial inoculation.
Okay. So then, if we depend on this artificial inoculation, it will require a capital investment and something. The cultivation cost will increase.
Definitely, yeah. But we are selling it now about like this 200 ml about 480 rupees. That's all I have.
Is there any option to explore the possibility that this particular borer will be survived, you can say, in these regions also?
No, we are trying because we are trying to artificially rearing the borer in the laboratory because it is a particularly host specific.
Okay.
And we are using the artificial diet and we are trying to multiply this borer also. Let's see, maybe we can be a success in the coming years.
Thank you.
Dr. Rajiv, what is the status of its natural regeneration in Assam?
Natural regeneration is Assam is no problem because everywhere it's grown. Only problem is natural formation of agarwood.
Okay.
Natural formation agarwood is formed only because of the presence of borer and the presence of the fungi. That's only few pockets of upper Assam. But other way, of course, one more thing, if agarwood is not formed, one can go use the other, like the white person, if can be used for the full of fatty acid, one can go for this making bath soap. Also, agar leaves can be used as agar tea. 1 kg of agar tea is costing about 6,000 rupees. And most very popular in particularly this Southeast Asian countries.
Any other question?
In Karnataka, most of the farmers have grown the agarwood in the part of Western Ghat region. But what is the problem is that the inoculation method is not successful. The growing of fungi is not successful. Many of the farmers are feedbacked.
So
What might be the reasons?
Yeah, main thing is that they are using it is a chemical. That the one Banadurgi Agarwood Limited is in Karnataka. I have visited those places because they are using chemical. Once you use the chemical, basically the elicitor molecule like bismuth, salicylic acid, and sodium chloride they're using. These are elicitor molecules to induce the agar formation. But once they use the chemical, the tree will die after some time. And the quality of agar also, we are using the natural fungi. We are using the natural fungi, but artificial.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. One more question. Yeah, is there any issue with the planting material of agarwood, or just we can purchase from any nursery supplier and grow it? Means I want to inquire that whatever, is there any issue with the quality planting material of agarwood?
Yeah, quality planting material preferably you should collect from Assam. Assam, because mostly if you were to be collect particularly from the upper Assam, it will be better because mostly we have actually divided the entire Northeast into 14 provenances. All the germplasms we are collecting in our campus, we have got the very good germplasms of all the best quality germplasms of agar we are collecting in our institute. We are also selling the seeds. Also, plenty of seedlings are available in the Assam. There are many nurseries.
Yes, sir. Actually, I have heard that the viability of the seed is very less, approximately 7 to 8.
Yeah,
7 to
yes,
10 years.
it's a recalcitrant. So viability is very less. So, but immediately you can collect the fruits. You can collect the fruits. Well, you can carry the.
We are also trying here. We don't know what will be success. So actually, we are getting the planting material from the nearby nursery. They are also getting the planting material from either Kerala or Assam. So we are just purchasing from them. So actually, every issue was that at least we should get the first planting material. If we don't have the quality planting material, then there will not be so much success in this. Also,
yeah. Quality planting you can collect from particularly from Assam, particularly Upper Assam. Also, you can collect from our institute.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv Bora. Now, I request the next speaker, Dr. M.S. Fadda, former professor of soil conservation, Punjab Agriculture University, to take up his topic assessment of soil chemical and physical characteristics as affected by soil conservation treatments under semi-arid tropical environment. Dr. M.S. Hadda, please.
Thank you, Dr. Sood. Respected Chairman, Dr. K.K. Sood, Co-Chairman, Dr. R. Banyal, and conveners of the this technical session. So I am greatly indebted to the organizers of this national seminar towards the sustainable intervention towards resource conservation and natural farming, which is being organized by the conference of this seminar. If you allow me, I will try to share my slides.
The slide sharing is allowed, please.
Yeah. Are you seeing it?
Not yet.
No.
Are you receiving it on your? Are you able to see the slides on the?
No, Dr. Hadda.
It's not appearing. It's not appearing. Just.
So I'll request Dr. Sanjay. I have sent on their mail.
Also. Please try to help in sharing the slides.
Yeah, he has already some problem. Is it coming or not?
Yeah.
Yes, coming.
Okay. Okay, so thank you very much. So I shall be presenting on assessment of soil chemical and physical characteristics as affected by soil conservation treatments under semi-arid tropical environment. Now, what is the basic rationale of conducting this study? Basically, we analyze the problem of land degradation by the soil conservation activities were initiated by the Government of India during the 7th five-year plan. And however, the major thrust of the initiative was to minimize the water erosion, rehabilitate the degraded lands, restore the soil fertility, and increase the agriculture productivity. So this was the main thrust of the initiative because these were mostly the developmental initiatives which were taken by the Government of India. However, we do not have the information when we have taken up such kind of developmental works in the watersheds. What was their effect onto the soil chemical and physical characteristics as affected by soil conservation treatments under semi-arid tropical environment. So that's why we took the this investigation. This kind of information was not available earlier with us. So the investigation was undertaken at Dr. D.R. Komla's zonal substation for Kandi area, Ballawal Sankri district, Shahid Bhagat Singh Nagar, to assess the soil chemical and physical characteristics as affected by soil conservation treatments. The 4 different soil conservation treatments were imposed. One is T1, where the cultivation along the slope was undertaken by applying the inorganic fertilizers. Then T2, where the contour bunding and cultivation across the slope was taken. And in T3, the leveled land with the application of recommended doses of inorganic fertilizers. Fourth, the T4, where the leveled land with the recommended doses of inorganic fertilizers plus the farmyard manure. So all the recommended doses of inorganic fertilizers were applied as per the package of practices by the PAU Ludhiana. And similarly, the farmyard manure was applied at the rate of 15 tons per hectare. The 5 depths considered for soil sampling were 0 to 5 centimeter, 5 to 10, 10 to 15, 15 to 30, and 30 to 60 centimeters. And each replication was treated, however, each treatment was replicated thrice. and factorial randomized block design was followed. And in this, the maize crop variety Prakash was sown on June 25th. In total, 60 soil samples were collected, comprises 4 treatments, 5 deaths, and 3 applications, and analyzed as per the standard procedures to go for chemical and physical characteristics analysis. Now, this area, land, and climate soils at Balwa Sampi so this total elevation of the zonal substation for country area having 355 meters and area about 150 hectares, and it varies in the slope steepness of 10%. The rainfall received is approximately 850 millimeter plus minus 150. However, the texture of the sandy clay loam to sandy loam, it varies in this the watershed, and pH varies from 7.3 to 8.4. The total nitrogen, P, calcium, cation exchange capacity, so they are all listed here. Similarly, the porosity varies from 40 to 47%. So as already indicated, the texture varies from sandy loam to sandy clay loam, and in the surface depths, it is consistent with the sandy loam. However, in the subsurface layers, 50 to 30 to 36 centimeters, it is sandy clay. Now, as per the ANOVA for the chemical and physical characteristics, the major variation was recorded in the organic carbon content, which is 11.5%, whereas the 3 characteristics, calcium carbonate, calcium and magnesium, they were almost not much variable, 3.3 to 3% variability, and the larger variation was recorded in the organic carbon content and chemical characteristics of the soil, and the bulk density, the penetration resistance, and the physical characteristics of soil, which is 19.7, followed by the saturated hydrogen conductivity. Under the physical characteristics, the depth as well as the treatment and depth interactions, they were non-significant for the saturated characteristic, saturated conductivity. However, the other characteristics, they remain, they were varying to a significant extent for the chemical as well as the physical characteristics of the soil. Now, if we evaluate the soil conservation treatments on soil chemical characteristics, the T1, T2, T3, and T4 treatments, so they have all the significant effect with respect to organic carbon, total nitrogen, available phosphorus. And similarly, the cation exchange capacity, calcium and magnesium, they were significantly varying under all the 4 treatments. The effect of soil conservation treatments on soil physical characteristics also varying to a greater extent, especially the bulk density as well as the saturated hydrogen conductivity from one to another treatment. However, under the treatment T1, T2, and T3, the total soil porosity and penetration resistance, they were almost non-significantly varying. So they are having almost shown by the similar small letter A. The interactions of soil conservation treatment and depth of organic carbon and total nitrogen. So if we see the variability under the each depth is significantly affected for each treatment. And similarly, the total soil nitrogen under percentage also it is varying significantly, but it is almost coming these static values as far as the LSD values are concerned. The treatment depth and depth, they were interacting significantly with respect to the total organic carbon and total nitrogen. The interactive effect of soil conservation treatment and depth on available phosphorus. So here this value is missing. This is 0.06 for the treatment, whereas for the depth this is 0.07, insignificant effect, and the interaction is 0.14 in between the treatment to the depth of the available phosphorus. So under each depth it is varying significantly, and similarly the interaction of the treatment to depth also significantly affected. And available phosphorus content is decreasing with the from treatment. If you see under their mean values, so they'll be declining with the increased depth of the soil. And we know that phosphorus is also get fixed where we have the higher contents of the calcium and magnesium. Similarly, the effect was noticed onto the calcium carbonate and cation exchange capacity. So all the effects of the treatments vis-a-vis the depth and their interactive effects, they were significant. Be affected onto the calcium carbonate content and the cation exchange capacity. And similarly, the calcium and magnesium concentrations contents also varying significantly. They were affected by the treatment and depth. And similarly, onto the magnesium also, which is in centimoles per kg, and calcium also centimoles per kg, they were affected significantly by the treatment depth and the treatment to depth interaction. So almost we are getting magnesium content as consistently fixed by the 0 to 5 up to 30 to 60 centimeters, whereas there is a little higher tendency to become higher content of the magnesium in the 30 to 60 centimeter depth of the soil. And similarly, the situation with the calcium content in the 30 to 60 is a tendency to be higher for the content of this. Now, if we look at the variation in the bulk density and the soil porosity under different depths to treatmental, the two-way interaction. If we look at the mean values, they are almost consistent in 0 to 7.5, 7.5 to 7.15 centimeter, 1.4 to 1.44 megagram per meter cube. However, the porosity is also higher in magnitude at 0 to 7.5, 7.5 to 15 centimeter, which is varying from 47% to 48%. But the porosity also decreasing to the lower layers of the soil. Depth, similarly, the bulk density on a higher magnitude to the lower depths. As we know, due to the compaction process, the bulk density is decreasing and the porosity also decreases. If there is a higher total pore volume per unit into the lower depths, so that is going to increase the bulk density, vis-a-vis the reduction of the porosity is possible. Then the interaction, so this I have already discussed. The other characteristics were onto the penetration resistance and saturated highly conductivity. The treatment to depth interactions were non-significant as far as the penetration resistance is concerned. And similarly, the saturated highly conductivity were also non-significant where the treatment to depth interactions were there. However, the depth is also not varying, showing the significant effect. They were non-significant for the saturated highly conductivity compared to the depth where it is the treatmental effects onto the penetration resistance were significant, varying from 2.57 as the critical value LSD, and similarly for the depth it is 3.0. So we have the higher in magnitude into the lower soil depth 15 to 9 kg per centimeter square, and almost double in magnitude in the lower horizon. So it means the resistance offered will be more to the lower depths of the soil because of the more compactions where the physical penetration of the roots or that is not possible easy for the crop in that area. And similarly, the saturated highly conductivity remains almost consistent with the, it is fixed 3.5, 3.33, 3.17 in the 0 to 7.5 to 1.22.5 centimeters. So the conclusions, the different treatments, T2, T3, T4, they improve the status of organic carbon, total nitrogen available, and citric acid soluble phosphorus, calcium, and magnesium compared to the treatment T1. In general, the amount of organic carbon, total nitrogen available, and citric acid soluble phosphorus decreased with increase in depth of soils, whereas the contents of CEC, calcium, and magnesium showed inconsistent with respect to its distribution in the depth. The management practices proved superior, not only in improving the chemical parameters, but physical parameters as well. For example, if we see there is 2.7 and 6% decrease in the bulk density with increase in the depth of the soil, with increase in the with the change in the treatment imposed T2, T3, and T4 over T1 treatment respectively. Similarly, the 2.30 and 9.1% increase in total porosity was observed. And similarly, the major effects were pronounced onto the saturated hydrogen conductivity through treatment T2, T3, T4 over the treatment T1 respectively. So as already indicated, we didn't find much significant effect with respect to the soils averaged over treatments penetration resistance that increased with depth, and saturated hydrogen conductivity decreased with non-significantly with increase in depth of soils. The interacting effects of depths and treatments were in general pronounced both on determined chemical and physical attributes of soils, except on physical parameters, penetration resistance, and saturated hydrogen conductivity. So, keeping into view the results of this study, we know that with the climate change and soil degradation, there are critical problems facing the global food security in the 21st century. So ultimately, the global food security, especially in the dryland tracts of the country, which constitute about 2 by 3 third of the area in the country. So where we are having the large scale limitation of the water, maybe because of the rainfall deficiency in the critical monsoon months. However, the droughts are also possible in the winter months. Like in the Kandi area, that is Rural Association Kandi area, Balawal County, we recorded approximately 75 to 80% of the rain is received from June to September months. However, 20 to 25% of the rainfall is received in the October to March month. That is the winter season. And winter season, we are raising the wheat crop, which is very critical, and we do not have the moisture even for raising of the crop in those areas because of the undulating topography. As already indicated in this tract, we have 10% slope steepness, whereas the other watersheds are Patiala Rao and Slera micro watershed located in the Hoshiarpur, and Patiala Rao at the Bohali area, where we are also having, that's a mixed kind of watersheds, but this is also a this area is arable at the critical the zonal substation for Kandi area. So this study suggests there is need to assess the impact of organic versus conventional agriculture on soil hydraulic properties through the experiments that needs to be conducted in future. Because we are having a limitation of the moisture since the water table is deep to very deep in this area, that is at 700 to 800 feet deep, and it is very uneconomical for the farmers to draw the water through the groundwater exploration. Only the rainwater that we can harvest and collect in terms of the excavating or the impounding type of ponds which are available in those areas. Plus, since it is clearly visible through the studies undertaken at the other watersheds in the Salena and Patiala micro watersheds, the leaf litter fall is more noticed in the winter season compared to the summer season. We can retain the more moisture because of the more leaf litter fall and the good vegetation status. If we are able to retain the better moisture in the soil, either on-site harvesting of the rainwater or off-site collection of the rainwater in terms of the impounding ponds or the excavating type of ponds. So, by the virtue of the farmers, they are really resource poor in this area. So they are keeping a large herd of the animals, buffaloes, cows, or other animals to meet their domestic needs. So they can easily go for organic farming, though they are practicing also. So they don't apply much of the chemical fertilizers because they are resource poor. The land holdings are very, very less in this area. So we can have the organic versus conventional agriculture that can be compared with respect to the soil hydraulic, means soil physical, or the hydrologic properties through experiments in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hadda, for very informative presentation on effect of conservation treatments on soil chemical and this physical properties like bulk density, total soil porosity, organic carbon, total nitrogen, calcium carbonate, CEC, calcium magnesium content, penetration resistance, etc. Thank you very much. Now I'll take the question. Any question, please?
Sir, just compliments from our side. A very informative and nice presentation by you. Because today we are, hearing the slogan that we must go for best back to basics. So just to achieve the back to basic, this is the approaches or the practices which we are going to, adopt in the agriculture sector, particularly in the agrarian states like Punjab, Haryana, and the UP also, those who are producing a, we can call it as a food basket of the country. And due to the faulty practices, the soil health, it has deteriorated a lot. But my question is that for adopting, soil conservation practices, after you can say how much period you can say that we can expect that the soil will regain its originality with the good nutrients and the organic carbon as such. So from your experiments or your experiences, because you are a quite senior working in this particular subject, so just I want to get this information that after how many years or after how many seasons the soil will have a very good organic carbon in particular soils and have a very good physical properties like bulk density and all these things.
Yeah, Dr. Banyal, thank you for raising this question. So though we do not have a fixed period in how much time it is going to recover when we are going for the taking the soil conservation measures. However, it depends upon what kind of the soil texture is available. Sometimes if you go for more inverted plows, means lower depths you are putting onto the surface where the texture could be varying. So that is one of the important criteria where we have to look into. And also we have noticed that in this Kandi area, there is a calcium carbonate filtration also possible. So we have to have looked into that. You have to have a large applications of the farmyard manure onto the surface layer of soil. Number one, where we are going for land leveling. Land leveling is a measure which we need to take with precaution and caution. Cut and fill. Though the engineers can say you, okay, you go for this and this way, but we have to do it with a very serious caution in mind. And you have to, because why we are going for land leveling, basic purposes, we want to have the uniform distribution of the moisture in the field, number one. And we have to have a supplementation if in the nearby areas we have the institutions like at your Chandigarh Research Center, you have in the Sukho Majri, that project was undertaken. Like here at Ballawal Saukri, we are in the immediate vicinity of the area. So that kind of support is always required in those areas because the farmers are resource poor. They are unable to take up such kind of activities. So we undertook the 4 kinds of project in that area, and one was also funded in collaboration with the Swaminathan Research Foundation that was funded by the Tata Trust. So that has given us a really a very, very alarming kind of situation or the benefits to the farmers where we conducted on-farm experiments. We undertook this area, we made a water harvesting reservoir tank. So we have to have a combination of some total of management practices. So that if you will undertake, I think within a period, because here we are not going for paddy wheat, we are following a maize wheat. So I think within 4 to 5 years, to my mind, we are able to have a better buildup of this soil surface. And time to time, we need to take care of there are no breaches into the funds also. That can be taken by the farmers themselves, the care. So local kind of committees, or if they can have real problem, the soil or the, we need to have a combination of the vegetative barriers plus the mechanical measures. If we go for totally the mechanical measures, that is also sometimes a big failure. Because if we are planning with the peak runoff rate, that is the rate of 20% of the capacity. So that is going to cause the more damage. So on the back side, we need to have a vegetative barriers on the watershed, and front you can have the mechanical measures. Because vegetative barriers, they are flexible. Even if they are flooded, they can bend and then erect with time. So they are able to arrest, and they are able to impound the runoff water also onto the back, which is required in this very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Any other question, please?
Yes, sir. Namaste, sir.
Yes, namaskar.
Thank you very much for your excellent presentation, sir. Actually, as we know that the soil controls have significant impact on productivity, whether it's crop productivity, whether it is forest productivity, or whether it is food productivity. So generating such kind of information are actually needed for enhancing resource use efficiency, particularly in case of a natural farming and resource conservation technologies. Sir, thank you very much for sharing wonderful information with us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. You have any query?
No, sir, I am congratulating.
Good morning, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning.
Manjeer. Sir, it was a very good presentation, sir. Very nice presentation from you.
Okay,
Audible, sir?
just I am intervening that before putting your query, just to give you a brief introduction of the query of okay.
Yes, yes. Myself, Dr. Secretary, I'm from Dr. Agriculture University, sir. I'm a plant pathologist, basically.
Okay.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, audible.
Yes. Sir, actually, by the addition of biocontrol agents to the soil, how many days it takes to recover from? And another thing, like what type of properties will be changed when the biocontrol agents will be added to the soil? If we start now, how many years it takes?
No, your question is not clear to me. You are looking for what kind of bioagents we can put in the soils to have the recovery or the restoration of the soil?
Actually, like it acts against pathogens, and also that physical and chemical properties will be changed.
Yeah. So I think,
agents.
though I am not a plant pathologist, but I answer to your query. In this area, you won't find much in insect pest infestation, because we are having a limited moisture. And generally we find where we have a large content of the moisture available in the surface of the soils or onto the crop, or where you have the relative humidity is more, the insect pest infestation will be very, very high. So, that kind of problem will be less. But yeah, sometimes on the wheat also we recorded the there could be some kind of fungal growth, or that could happen, but that will be on a very, very small scale. So only the plant pathologist can let you know. But if we are taking the bioagents, so the major limitation in this area is of the water. And another is of the retention of the soil moisture, as the texture of the soil being a permanent feature that we cannot change. So that varies from sandy loam to sandy clay loam in this area, as I reported. So it means you need to have the more retention of the moisture in the surface layer of the soil that is bearing. And we need to put some kind of the farmyard manure, if it will put more in 15 tons per hectare. So that is going to have the improvement in the soil characteristics and soil properties. And ultimately, I don't think the weed infestation will be there, because the major crop which we are taking under this system is maize and wheat in the winter season. So wheat output is very, very less because of non-availability of the moisture in the area. So we have a problem sometimes in the maize crop. So that can be taken care of by our pathological measures or what kind of the doses of the insecticides or the weedicides are recommended. Generally, if you are talking of the insecticides, you know that. But I don't have much basic information that what kind of insecticides you need to spray to come down. I think sometimes we were putting some kind of granules in the maize crop to check with the infestation of the insects in this area. But very less, to a less extent, because moisture is limited.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Now we will move to oral presentation. Dr. Banyal, please take the note of the time. We will be giving 5 to 7 minutes because we are falling short of the time.
Yes, yes, yes.
So first one is Dr. Selby D. Foliar nutrition of water soluble fertilizers for enhancing yield and quality of Vindi. So please start.
Okay. Before starting this oral presentation, I have some announcements that just try to finish your topic within 5 to 8 minutes. It would be better, and 2 minutes for the discussion. And just give the title and don't go for the genesis or the introduction of the topic. Just straightway go to the methodology if you have any methodology, and then straightway to the results and the discussion part. And what are the salient findings, 1 or 2 findings, so that it can be helpful for the organizers to come up with the recommendations of this workshop. So this is my suggestions for the presenters here. And Dr. Sai, we just start our presentation.
Yeah.
We will not be giving more than 7 minutes.
Yeah, that is there. Because we are short of time, so just try to give your main what you want to share with the through this platform. Just give your
presentations and less than an hour is left.
Yes, sir, definitely, sir. Thank you very much. Sir,
please,
I'm waiting for the PowerPoint. Sir.
Please try to finish this within 5 minutes. We have 12 presentations and less than an hour is there.
Sir, are you uploading the PowerPoint, sir? So I have already sent.
Madam, start your presentation, please.
Not coming, ma'am.
Sir, I have already sent the PowerPoint, sir. Are you uploading that one? Are you going to share it?
As host of the meeting, just try to share
Please
the
start the presentation.
Yeah, sir. Yeah.
All oral presenters, please be ready with your presentation. You may upload your presentation on your own.
Oh, so we thought you will be uploading the PowerPoint, sir. That's why we are waiting.
Sir, it will be sharing their screen, sir.
Yeah. 1 minute.
They can start immediately. They can finish.
Sir, my PowerPoint, is it visible?
No, it's not visible.
1 minute, sir.
Presenters, please keep your presentation ready.
So this is information from for the all other parties for all other presenters that we ready in a sequence that the program is with you, so that we cannot go for wasting of the time because we are running a short of time. So please stick to the time.
Maybe start with the next presentation. We can
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. No, it's coming. It's coming. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you. So the most respected chairman, co-chairman, conveners, and fellow scientists from different parts of India. Very good morning to all. So I am Dr. D. Selvi, working as a professor in the Department of Soil Science and Agricultural Chemistry, Tamil Nadu Agricultural University, Coimbatore. So today I am going to discuss with the topic foliar nutrition of water-soluble fertilizers for enhancing yield and quality of Bendi. So It has been.
And try to put your slides in presentation mode.
Yeah. It's okay, sir.
No, it's not changing.
Already I have.
Okay, then go like this.
Yeah.
No problem.
Actually, this work was carried by myself and Dr. Tyageshwari. Actually, in Tamil Nadu, among the farming community, the water-soluble fertilizers is very popular. So, commercially, many grades of water-soluble fertilizers are available. It has been produced by different companies. So, our TNAU has started thinking of producing its own water-soluble fertilizer. So under NADP, we got a mega project, and TNA has started its own water-soluble fertilizer. So because the demand is very heavy in Tamil Nadu, so we started producing our own TNAO water-soluble fertilizer. That is nothing but 19, all 19. So we want to test verify the efficacy of that water-soluble fertilizer in different crops. So in which we have worked on Vendi crop. So the objective is to study the influence of foliar nutrition of water-soluble fertilizer on different growth attributes, root yield and quality, and also to assess the.
Ma'am, your slides are not moving. So just select the slides on the left-hand side. It is scrolling, giving the numbers. You just put that particular slide which you want to show, and it will come on the screen.
So now now I am in the second slide.
Click the second slide. Because these are the objectives, I think. Select the second slide and press enter, it will come.
I am in the second slide only.
But here it is showing you only the first slide. Na?
Only the first slide?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Madam, can you see that yellow strip at the top of your presentation? Enable editing.
Enable, yes. Click that button.
Just try pressing that button once.
Right. You just click on the enable editing, then it will work. Take the cursor to this point. Enable editing at the top.
You can see a blue eye symbol, protected view. There's a yellow strip at the top.
Dr. Selvi?
Yeah.
There is an enable editing in your PowerPoint that you have uploaded. You kindly click that.
Yeah.
After that, your slides will start moving.
Ma'am, at the top,
there is one yellow taskbar, protected view.
Escape key.
That I can understand, but I am not seeing that one.
Oh, ma'am, just take the cursor to the box that is.
You take it there.
Dr. Selvi, first of all, press the escape key.
You just press it.
Press the escape key first. Then click on enable editing. Press the escape key.
Your cursor has come there. Your cursor has come there. You can move now.
You just.
Yeah, please. You click that.
Click it. Yes. Yeah. Now you go to the second slide.
Now, whichever slide you want in that left side taskbar, you click.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, just go ahead. No, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you for your patience. Okay, so the objective include the effect of water-soluble fertilizer on nutrient concentration, whether it is going to increase the nutrient content of micro and macronutrients, and based on which we have computed the nutrient uptake, and whether there is any increase in the nutrient availability in soil, and finally we have worked out the economics out of it. So actually we have conducted 3 experiments. The first experiment formed the base of the study. So in which we had different combinations of water-soluble fertilizer that has been produced by TNAU and the commercially available water-soluble fertilizer in the market. So by using the Bendy hybrid, which is the TNAU COBH4, during 2020, we have conducted 3 field experiments in Rabi season, in red soil, and in Kharif season, both in red and black soils, in different villages of Coimbatore district. So this is experimental details that we conducted in different parts of Coimbatore. And coming to the physical-chemical characteristics of different field experiment, the first one, it belongs to red soil and the texture is sandy clay loam, and it is non-calcareous in nature. And the pH and EC, everything, pH is a neutral in reaction. Of course, the other red soil, the field experiment 2 is also neutral in reaction. And EC, electrical conductivity, which is very well within the safe limit. And coming to the available NPK, it is low in status. And availability, it is medium. And availability, it is high. And coming to organic carbon, it is 0.33%. So in gram per kg, it is 3.3. So it is again low in status. So based on the results of the field experiment, we have proposed with certain selected treatments for field experiment 2 and 3. So again, we have conducted that validation trials in both in red soil and black soil. So the red soil again that belong to Matipalem place. The texture of that soil is sandy loam, whereas the black soil, the texture is clay loam in texture. So coming to the micronutrient availability, except for zinc and copper, all the nutrients are sufficient in quantity. And this is details for the first experiment. So here we have tried different doses, different concentration of water-soluble fertilizer at 1% and 2%. So it has been combined along with the multi-micronutrient liquid also. So it has been tried at 0.5% and 1%. So different combinations have been worked out along with the current recommended fertilizer practice as per our crop production guide of TNAU. And also we have included yet another treatment, the water spray. So there were totally 16 treatments in the first field experiment. And based on the result, we have confined it to the best 9 treatments, and it has been proposed for field experiment 2 and 3. So coming to the results of the field experiment 1, here we have I have projected the dry matter production and so here the all 19 that is commercially available along with the TNAU liquid multi-micronutrient. So it has produced 3745 kg of DMP, and whereas the 2% commercially available all 19 along with the same thing, it has produced 3895. However, the 1% TNA water soluble fertilizer along with the liquid multi-micronutrient 1%, it has produced the highest DMP of 4348, and however it was found out comparable with the top 2% TNA water soluble fertilizer and multi-micronutrient. So and coming to the fruit yield, the application of a commercial all 19 and TNA water soluble fertilizer both either at 1% and 2%, along with 1% of liquid multi-micronutrient has produced the highest yield, which were found to be on par. And also the yield increase over the CPG treatment, that is the recommended practice as per our university. It has been calculated, and it was ranged from 7.73 to 37.02. So,
ma'am, 5 minutes are over. We will be giving 2 minutes more.
Okay, sir. Okay. And here the just I want to insist that along with the multi-micronutrient, the water soluble fertilizer has produced a more percentage of yield increase. So that was ranged from 9 to 12%. So we could able to derive 9 to 12% of more increase in yield due to the combined application of multi-micronutrient along with all 90. And coming to the field experiment 2 and 3, here also we can see that commercial all 19 and TNA all 19, both at 1% concentration and 2% concentration, has produced the comparable yield ranging from 19.60 to 20.08, and the percent increase it again ranged from 20.98 to 23.95 in the case of red soil, whereas a similar trend has been observed in the case of black soil also. So here the yield varied from 18.18 to 18.90 tons per hectare, with the percent yield increase again it is from 18.36 to 23% when compared to the CPG treatment, crop production guide treatment. So the BCR, when we walked out to the BCR, so it was ranged from 3.63 to 3.94. So likewise, the nutrient uptake pattern and both micronutrient and macronutrient, everything, the application of TNA water soluble fertilizer or commercial water soluble fertilizer, both at 1 and 2% of concentration, along with the TNA multi micronutrient 1%, it has produced a comparable effect on uptake of macro and micronutrient of many fruits. So the higher micronutrient uptake might be contributed due to the application of the applied liquid multi micronutrients. And coming to the quality parameters, the different quality parameters like the TSS content, total soluble content, ascorbic acid content, and the mucilage content, both in red and black soil, it has been improved a lot by the TNAO water soluble fertilizer and commercial water soluble fertilizer. So the water soluble fertilizer, they proved very efficient and significant in increasing the growth parameters and fruit yield, mucilage, TSS, ascorbic acid, fruit protein, and the top bendy. Of course, it maintained the soil fertility status too. So it has been a similar trend that has been observed in both red and black soil. So we can conclude that the application of TNA water soluble fertilizer, it become comparable with that of commercial water soluble fertilizer. So it can be very well recommended for getting the bendy yield increase up to 20% yield increase can be obtained by going for the application of TNA water soluble fertilizer thrice at the rate of 1% from 30 days after sowing. So we have to go for 3 sprays from 30 days after sowing. So we can get a BC ratio more than 3. So this is a picture of our field experiments conducted. So our HDs visit to our field experiments. So all the field experiments have been tried in the farmers field. So it is a very good hybrid because farmers' preference towards it.
Time is over.
Okay, ma'am, you can skip these slides because you have already given the salient findings of this experiment.
Thank you very much. We will move to the next. Dr. Gunasekar, please start.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Gunasekar, please. Dr. Banial, please keep note of the time.
Okay.
We have only 35 minutes left for this section.
We will reduce time to 5 minutes, less than 5.
4 minutes, sir.
4, okay, no problem.
4 minutes including this time.
Okay, just give me your title we have and then objectives, and straight we go to the methodology and then the salient findings. No need to go further discussions. If any person having, you can say questions, then separately we can interact with you.
I'll just give them warning after 2 minutes. We'll be giving 4 minutes. So Dr. Gunasekar, please start. Otherwise, your time is starting now.
If you are not able to start it, then we can give the chance to the next speaker.
We will move to the next, Dr. Tej Barua.
Yes, sir.
Please start your presentation.
Yes, sir.
Maximum time is 4. We will be giving warning after 2 minutes.
Okay, sir. Is it coming, sir?
Yeah, it's coming. Just go ahead.
Sir, this is the good morning to all and respected chairman sir and all the dignitaries present in the forum. So I am Ranjita Misra from Horticulture Research Station, Assam Agriculture University. I am going to present for you agroforestry system as land use system. So it is the system where we know agroforestry is relatively a new term coined for a traditional land use practices carried out by millions of farm families throughout the globe. So it is a system where land use system in which woody perennials, tree shrubs are grown in association with herbaceous plant like crop pastures or livestock, and there are usually both ecological interactions between the trees and other components of the system. So it is an environmentally sound, ecologically sustainable, and economically viable alternative to traditional farming and arboriculture. The objective of this study was to investigate the agroforestry systems in the farmer's field and to understand the structure of existing agroforestry system in actual field situation, understand the mode of change of agroforestry system with time, and planning for intervention needed in existing agroforestry system for maximizing the output. The methodology adopted that in Assam Agroforestry Survey limited scale have been done since the All India Coordinated Research Project on Agroforestry established in 1983, and the present survey, however, has been carried out in 15 districts of Assam. The survey was conducted randomly with prime objective to cover diverse agroforestry system exist in different locations of the district, having wide variation with respect to climate, adaptive and socio-economic factors. Then geographical positioning system along with the name of the farmers have been utilized for identification of the location studied and land situation, as well as the important features of the system have been recorded, and most of the prominent tree composition along with the annuals wherever possible have been recorded. The observation and the selling findings we have found during the survey are depending upon the characteristics with regard to composition. Design the agroforestry system have been categorized in different zones. Like zones in homestead means only the horizontal management system. Fruit and nut crops have been grouped together as fruit zone in homestead, and all the fruit crops are cropped together in fruit zone, not showing separately on the crop basis. Then similarly, bamboo has been included in forest zone along with the other forestry species, and tree, rubber, cocoa, and cashew nut in homestead and other areas have been included in separately as plantation crop. And these are the two pictures of the survey area, and some of the different systems have been identified are agri-horticulture, agri-silviculture, agri-horticulture, aqua, agri-horti-silvipastoral, aqua-horticulture, aqua-silviculture, aqua-horti-silviculture, horti-horticulture, silvipastoral, silvi-silviculture, and homestead. So this is the aqua, agri-horti-silvipastoral system where we find the hybrid napier, potato, toria, banana, and pumpkin in pond like areca nut and teak in at boundary. So these are different systems have been recorded: agri-horti-silviculture system, horti-silviculture system, agri-horti.
And you have used your 50% of the allotted time, so just try.
Sir, pardon, sir.
You have used your 50% from the allotted time, so just manage in the rest time. Just quickly selling findings also, no problem.
Okay, sir. So these are the different systems have been surveyed during the period, and in here we have also found that horticulture is monoculture, horticulture is mixed species, plantation crop, monoculture. So different mixers of the means plant and crop species have been found. Silviculture is monoculture. So these are the things have been recorded during the survey. And livestock and these are found in the sour areas. Then scattered plantations are found, live fences are found, boundary plantations are available, then roadside plantation and institutional plantation. These are the very common some common designs. The agroforestry designs have been found in the different districts of the Assam. Then homestead is a very critical one, and where different fruit and forest zones are separately are there, then mixer are there, planting of trees done haphazardly or somewhere it has been demarcated easily. Then so integrated berry is there, maroni is there, palm berry have been identified. So all are the different system have been identified in different districts, in different villages with the local farmers condition. And traditional bamboo is very common as a forest species. Then timber tree are also means nowadays very common for forest species. Then agri-silviculture, agri-horticulture, horticulture is the most popular system found in agri-silviculture, agri-horticulture system. Boundary plantation of tree species most common, and in horticulture system intercropping of dwarf species with tall fruit nut crop is the most common design.
Please conclude. Time is over.
Yes, sir. So these in Assam different district are different.
Go straight to your selling findings of the recommendations.
Yeah, so this survey will help during the planning or intervention needed in existing agroforestry system of the surveyed area and maximize the output as well as the maintenance of the ecosystem. So these are the findings, different systems. So with this, I conclude one. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, madam. Now I request Dr. Anita Sharma to start with her presentation. Dr. Anita Sharma, please.
Yes,
Dr.
sir.
Anita
Yes, sir.
Dr. Anita, are you there?
Sir, yes, I'm here. Yeah. Am I audible?
You are audible. Start your presentation immediately.
Sir, I'm trying to share my screen. Something is happening.
Okay, we will move to the next. You can take your time. We will take your presentation at the end. Next is Akshaya M.
Yes, sir.
Akshaya M, please start your presentation.
Okay, sir. Sir, can I start?
You can start.
Yes, just go ahead. Just, switch on your camera also.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Good morning to one and all. I am Akshaya M, PG Scholar, Department of Soil and Water Conservation Engineering, TNU, Coimbatore. I'm going to present on the topic monitoring forest cover change in Kerala using
Your
Google
slides are
Earth
not
Engine.
visible.
Your slides are not visible.
Sir, I have shared, sir.
You just stop it and then restart it. Just go for again sharing of the screen.
Share again.
Sir, okay. Is it
Double
visible now?
click to enter full screen mode. Double click on. Yes.
Yeah. Now it's coming. Just go ahead.
Okay, sir.
Just give your objectives, methodology, and your results and conclusion.
Yes, sir. I'm going to present on the topic monitoring forest cover change in Kerala using Google Earth Engine.
Next slide. Yes.
So forest cover
Don't
means
need
the
for introduction, just go for objectives.
yes, sir. I will conclude in this section.
Skip, please.
Yes, sir. 1 minute. Forest cover is the amount of land that the area is covered by the forest. The objective of the study is to know the ability of.
We know all it. Just go to straight to your results, whatever you have.
Okay, sir. So this is the map showing the forest cover of Kerala, and this is the report as per the Forest Survey of India 2019. That is the very dense forest accounts for about 4.98%. This is the pie graph showing the forest cover of pattern of Kerala as per the report of 2019. This is my study area. The methodology used is Google Earth Engine. I'm analyzing the forest cover change in Google Earth Engine. Google Earth Engine is a cloud computing platform. Google Earth Engine is a cloud computing based platform which enables.
Skip these information because everyone know it. No problem.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Just
So
go to your findings, but you have find the change in cover.
So methodology I will complete and cover, sir. Global forest cover data by Hansen et al. I have used. It has Landsat imageries to identify the forest cover and has a spatial resolution of 30 meters. Then study area extraction by Google Earth Engine. Then forest gain pixels are noticed, forest loss pixels are noticed, and change is detected. These are the findings. This is the map showing the forest cover of Kerala. This is the map showing the forest loss, that is the red pixels denote the forest loss. Forest loss can be more seen in the Idukki, then Pathanamthitta and Kollam districts of Kerala. And this is the map showing the forest gain, that is the blue pixels note the forest gain. So this is the chart showing the trend of forest loss. That is, we can see it stable loss up to 2007. 2007 it has increased. Then 2017 also it has increased. So I conclude like remote sensing is a efficient tool for monitoring the changes in the land cover. And in Kerala, in the time period of 2000 to 2020, we can see that the area lost is 825 square kilometer, and 2017 was having the more loss, and more loss was seen in Kollam and Idukki districts. So we have to monitor our forest for proper management of our forest resources. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Dr. Pema. Please start.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Pema.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
So is my screen visible?
Yeah.
So first of all, very good morning to everyone. Respected chairman, co-chairman, convener, organizing committee, and all the participants. I am Pema Ching Netja, research scholar from Department of Agriculture Engineering, Nearest, Arunachal Pradesh. So today I'm going to present on the topic quantifying the contribution of basin and climate characteristics to water yield across spatial temporal scales in upstream Tista River Basin.
Can I just keep your, this in slide mode, in PPT
Sir,
mode?
these are my overviews.
And switch on your camera.
Sir, actually, my computer doesn't have any.
Okay then. Go. No need to go for the introduction. Just straightway go to your method.
This is my objective. The objective is to quantify the contribution of basin and climate characteristics to water yield on spatial and temporal scales. Methods and method. My study areas. The details of my study area is given here, and the data required are the digital elevation model, land use and cover, soil map, weather data, and hydrological data. And these data are used to run the SWOT model, and it is SWOT model has been calibrated, providing that the efficiency criteria of having NSC more than 0.65 and R square 0.65. If this criteria is met, the calibration is completed. And this is my digital elevation model, the land use map, and the soil map of my study area. And these are regarding my details regarding the calibration and validation of the model. Estimation of water yield and boosted regressive freeze analysis. The water yield is expressed as RS plus LF plus QG minus LI and AV, where this denotes your surface runoff, lateral flow, groundwater discharge, transitional losses, and pond extraction. The simulated results of SWOT, which is calibrated, will be analyzed based on the boosted regression trees at the multiple spatial and temporal scales. And these boosted regression trees, they are coupled statistical regression trees and the machine learning method used to rank the variables and improve its predictions. Some few key environmental variables, including the precipitation, base flow, snow melt, maximum minimum temperature, NDVI, EVI, ET, were selected as an independent variable in this study because this has been shown to contribute on water yield. These are for my small basins, and these are for my intermediate basin, and this red one indicates the large basin. Results. First, the contribution of variables to water yield in small basin. So this I have used 45 small basins. In this small basin, number of basins shows in x-axis and its contribution in the y-axis. And these are the contribution of each parameter: precipitation, base flow, snow melt, maximum temperature, minimum temperature, NDVI, EVI, and ET. So these are all regarding the small basins, and this is for your intermediate basins. And this one is for my large basins. These are the summary of my boosted regression trees analysis. Out of these 8 parameters used, the precipitation and base flow are the main contributor to water yield. And this ET, EVI was found very less significance in all these small, intermediate, and large basin scale, and all daily, monthly, and annual scales. So based on my studies, I have made my conclusion that the dependence and contribution of these 8 variables to water yield in upstream Tista Basin was analyzed with the main aim to disseminate and supporting effective water resource management goals. So the integrating the hydrological model with statistical machine learning model was adopted to study the dependencies of water yield on these variables. So out of these 8 independent variables considered, precipitation and base flow was found the most significant factor in all spatial and temporal scales, while the evapotranspiration and enhanced vegetation index was found less important in small basins, which is followed by evapotranspiration and NDVI in intermediate and large basin scales.
Thank you very much. Next is Dr. Pandey. Please start.
Yeah. Whether it is visible?
Visible, put it in slide mode.
दिख रहा है? Slide दिख रहा है?
Okay, okay.
Okay. So let's have a presentation on jackfruit conservation under natural farming for quality fruit, food and micronutrient nutrition. On behalf of Dr. G. Pandey, I am presenting this information.
Just go to objectives directly.
Sir, those sentences तो कहने दीजिए. The management of biodiversity is essential and mandatory for a country in order to safeguard the eminent food biodiversity. In this direction, jackfruit plays immense importance to provide nutrients and vegetable and ripened fruits to the society. In many states of the country, farmers follow natural farming and resource conservation practices to grow, manage and harvest fruits from trees. Export of jackfruit is growing day by day. However, its biodiversity needs to be conserved in situ condition. Conservation of fruit is thus given topmost importance for making availability in the local market. In this direction, more than 75 jackfruit accessions are collected from farmers' field for evaluation following project entitled Collection, Evaluation and Conservation of Elite Jackfruit Germplasms. Seed, bulb and epicarp are prepared for nutrient analysis. Major and micronutrients are estimated in these germplasms. Histographic distribution was generated to indicate the distribution pattern of nutrient elements in seed, bulb and epicarp. Histographic analysis showed widespread variability of major nutrients in seed, epicarp and bulb of jackfruit germplasm. Similarly, distribution pattern of micronutrients across these germplasms showed highly variable in nature. You can see, for example, there is a zinc content in seed, bulb and epicarp. They have a wide distribution and highest content, of course, in the lower range. In case of potassium, you can see the nutrient content variations. There are significant variations in bulb, epicarp as well as the seed, and you can see the histographic distribution also. In case of nitrogen and phosphorus, the maximum values are also estimated. Recent information on the maximum micronutrient content in seed, bulb and epicarp were also noted. Now, in case of calcium and magnesium, the graphical representation showed wide variability in seed, pulp and epicarp of more than 75 jackfruit germplasms. You can see from histographic distribution that the highest distribution pattern of bulk calcium was in the lower range, 0.116 to 0.219, with a frequency percentage of more than 50%. Whereas in case of bulk magnesium, it is in the middle range of 0.225 to 0.25 with frequency level of more than 25%. So, in a nutshell, such scientific analysis ensures about the nutrient content in jackfruit grown in different Indian soils under various natural farming and with natural resources. The nutrient content, the current nutrient content is not the highest nutrient content, may not be the highest nutrient content. Farmers need to be motivated for conservation of elite jackfruit germplasm. Biodiversity of traditional and old accessions of jackfruit should be maintained in situ condition using natural resources. Hence, scientific efforts are indeed needed for systematic conservation and management of jackfruit. The role of soil, kinds of water and climate do have impacts on the jackfruit growth and thus development. Therefore, it is the priority of scientific community to conserve and improve the available nutritional content in jackfruit for better sustainable utilization and nutrition to human population. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to present on behalf of Dr. G. Pandey, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pandey. Next is Dr. Devendra Kumar. Please start. Dr. Devendra, are you there? Okay. Next is Dr. Deshmukh. Please start. Dr. Banyal, I am audible?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Are you Deshmukh?
Yes, sir. I am Dr. Deshmukh, sir.
Okay, start.
I have shared the slides are visible, sir.
Yeah,
everything is fine. Just go ahead. Skip this introduction.
Okay, so introduction is, I will skip on time, sir. My topic is fruit crop germplasm, a source of sustaining productivity, is the research outcome of 10-year service which I have done in Northeast. I congratulate my whole team, those who helped me to prepare this presentation. Fruit crop, we all know about its importance. And Northeast, I target here particularly 4 fruit crops. One is peach, second is plum, third is cashew, and fourth is lemon. I prepared only 1 or 2 slides for each crop, and looking to its importance under different cropping system, different farming system model. Deliberately, these 4 fruit crops has been selected. We know the local germplasm, local food species, and Northeast is a treasure hunt for the germplasm. And there are different stresses because the fragile ecosystem. So we identified some of the promising food crop germplasm in the region. 25 germplasm, the local germplasm, local promising genotype. On the basis of horticulture traits we identified. And in next slide, I will discussing about peach and plum. We have information. There are hardly any commercial orchards around 110 hectare area in the commercial plum cultivation like we done in plain, and most of the plants are growing on the slopey land, bunds, different cropping system without any use of any inputs. If input is used, it is of a very small quantity. And important, why peach and plum is important, is used during the peak fruiting season, that fruit maturity during April to June, that is the peak fruiting season, and that will generate income for the tribal farming community to sell these fruits to the different tourists. Considering the sturdy nature, I will propose this fruit crop can be relevant taken in different production system and also the natural farming system models also. But these have some problem, productivity is low, then short productive life of tree, then undersized fruit, then non-availability of. These are some of the problems we identified from the region, particularly fruit cropping and maturity during rainy season. So to tackle this problem, we have identified some of the promising genotypes. If you see here, this is RC plum 1, this is the RC plum 2. These 2 plum genotypes is a Japanese group genotypes we have collected from the gentles of Meghalaya, and we given to the farmers. These are under various trials for the commercial production of as a variety. Both these germplasm are cracking tolerant and heavy bearer. So we tell them along with the commercial varieties, they can go for this variety. I think these genotypes can be an option to go for organic production system or natural farming. Along with, we collected some peach genotypes. I mentioned here 4 unique characteristics of these genotypes. Some are early maturity, some has mid maturity, some has late maturity. We have the problem of fruit maturity during the rainy season. So we wanted to introduce some of the rootstock who can have an effect on the cyan cultivar to hasten the maturity. If we get early maturity, mid-season maturity, late-season maturity, so we can extend the window of production of this stone fruit, that is peach and plum in the region. So we identified this rootstock. After identification of this rootstock, we have put up them in a evaluation trial, that is its compatibility behavior with different commercial cultivars, because you identified some genotypes, but if it is not compatible with the commercial lines, commercial varieties, then it has no use. So out of these peach genotypes, we identified this RC peach one. We have recommended this rootstock recently for all plum and peach variety, commercial peach variety. It is found compatible with them. So and it has an early maturity. This is early maturity genotype that has given effect on cyan cultivar. So fruits will mature in the month of April, early April. So the cracking issue has been solved out and early maturity, and we are extending the window because of the availability of large number of local genotypes for this purpose. And then also we thought if people wanted to go for commercial orcharding, then we have tested these genotypes under Y-shape, Espeller, Open Center, Central Leader. These are different training systems. So this genotype is also found for that also. So in the peach, we identified 2 plum genotypes that can be used as a variety, and RC peach one rootstock that can be used for commercial in many commercial varieties to sustain the process in acidic soil under northeastern condition, particularly Meghalaya. Then I will go towards the cashew. I am shifting one crop to another in fast. Cashew, I handle the ANRCM for almost 7 years. Cashew forest I have seen in the Garo Hill. Those who know about Northeast and visited the Garo Hill, kernel quality. Kernel is a small size in Garo Hill, but it has excellent taste. People fond of it, maybe because of naturally organic production system. So this is a well-suited crop for any farming system if you're talking about natural farming, and farmers are getting good returns also. And then we found one problem with this cashew cultivation in the region. Fruit maturity, that is nut maturity, is coincided with the rainy season. Then we evaluated some 10-12 varieties in Garo Hills, and we found Dhana and Bhaskara are better for production under Tura condition, apart from Vengurla 4 and other varieties. But we are at that time also in Garo Hills condition, we are facing the same problem, that is maturity during April. In the mid-April, we get rains, and when we dry our nuts, because of the rains, quality will be deteriorated. So we try to find out some of the genotypes that have early maturity. Because cashew, we know there are early, mid, and late maturity varieties are there. So we started surveying in individual genotypes in the Garo Hill, and to find out some of the genotypes which have early maturity. And I am happy to share here, in fact, the Garo Hills only, we have identified 2 genotypes, that is RC Cashew 1, RC Cashew 2. These are maturing in the month of January, March. So the rainy season is started after in the mid-April, and these 2 genotypes will mature during the month of February, March. So these are the options having good yield potential also. We are suggesting them as an alternative. These genotypes can be taken forward to harvest the potential available in the region, particularly for the cashew crop. So these are the snapshot of the cashew wealth. 2 genotypes, many genotypes are in the pipeline. So early season we target. So I recommend here these 2 genotypes. Third crop I would like to focus is the lemon. I had a project on lemon, and the lemon northeastern people, particularly Assam, all northeastern states are fond of the lemon. They need lemon everyday food. Without lemon, food will be.
Dr. Deshmukh, just trying to compile your presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Only 2 slides, sir. With lemon, we identified 2 genotypes, that is RCJL1 and RCEL1. These are the round ear bearing genotypes that can be suited for the kitchen gardening, those who are interested in kitchen gardening, and this can be performed better during the summer season also. With this, I will conclude my presentation, and with the saying that the promising genotypes of peach, plum, and cashew and lemon can be used to sustain the production, reduce the stresses due to seasonal variation during climatic conditions. Further, I would like to stress upon we need to collect, conserve, characterize, and problem-specific use of this local germplasm is a way forward to sustain the productivity. With this, I would like to thank the organizer for giving me the opportunity to share my research in front of all of you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Now I request Dr. Venkatesh to come up with his presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Slides are visible now?
Yeah, visible.
So, respected chairs and co-chairs, I would like to present my research paper on the studies and effect of pre-sowing treatment on germination of Caris saccharanda. Myself, Dr. Venkatesh, working as a scientist, agroforestry, ICR Krishi Vignana Kendra, Uttara Kannada, Sirsi. As you know that the Caris saccharanda gaining more importance in agroforestry in the Karnataka tree outside the forest. It is one of the multi-purpose shrub which can be act as the live fence in farm bunds, and it's also a rich source of vitamin C. And these are flowering season is March to April. These are brief introduction about the Caris saccharanda.
Dr. Venkatesh, you skip the introduction. Just go to your objective. What you have done.
Coming to my objective, to know the effect of different free-sowing treatment on germination of Caris saccharanda, to know the effect of free-sowing treatment on seedling.
Your slides are not moving. Just put your slide it on slideshow mode.
Sir, here is moving.
So just go from the left hand side. Just click the slide what you want to show. Go for the third one slide.
Okay, sir. Now, sir.
Yeah, it's coming, but go to third one. It is 7th slide.
Yes, sir. Third one, sir. Yes, sir. Objective.
Yeah.
To know the effect of different free-sowing treatment on germination of Caris saccharanda, and the second one is to know the effect of free-sowing treatments on seedling qualitative traits of seedling of Caris saccharanda. These are next slide, sir. The material methods followed in case of free sowing treatment. The experiment was conducted at KVK Sirsi. These are experimental details: cow dung slurry soaking in 24 hours, cow dung, cow urine in 24 hours, water soaking and hot water, and KNO3 2% soaking. These are some of the treatments followed in case of Carissa carandas. So these are some of the observations to be recorded: germination percentage, plant height, number of leaves, shoot length, root length, and root shoot ratio. Finally, the fresh weight, both dry and fresh weighted seedlings of the Carissa caranda. So coming to brief result, among the different free sowing treatments, the cow urine treatment shown the highest germination power compared to the rest of treatments. So effect of different free sowing treatments and the growth parameters like the plant height and number of leaves is also influenced with respect to various treatments is non-significantly shown results. With respect to all treatments, the collar diameter, shoot length, and root length and root shoot ratio was higher recorded in the GA3, that is 550 ppm for 1 hour. Treated seeds are shown highest shoot length and root length in case of Carissa caranda. Coming to the fresh shoot weight and dry weight of the particular treatment with respect to hot water soaking for 10 minutes shown the maximum shoot weight and root length compared to other treatments, significantly compared to other treatments. The results pertaining to this experiment, the minimum number of days taken for initiation of the germination was recorded in T3. That is already told that cow urine treatment for 24 hours. Like the maximum germination percent was recorded in that is T3, 29.5%. Likewise, the non-significant results are obtained with respect to the plant height and number of leaves from the period of 15 days after germination till the end of the experiment, up to 3 months. The possible explanation is that the growth rate of seedling is very slow. The significantly higher root length was recorded with respect to treatment GA3, that is 50 ppm for 1 hour, followed by the T5, that is hot water soaking treatment 10 minutes at 50 degrees Celsius, and the lowest in control, that is with reference to table 3. The collar diameter was highest in that is GA3 50 ppm for 1 hour soaking, and that is the 1.79, and the lowest is the T5, that is hot water soaking for 10 minutes at 50 degrees Celsius, 1.79. The similar results were also obtained with the Bhava and his co-workers in the year 2007 in the Carissa carandas, and also Ali and his co-workers in the Dichanthium species, that is the cow urine contains the enzyme that enhance the germination percentage by breaking the dormancy and softening the seed coats. These are some of the photos depicted in the experiment carried out in the nursery. The final conclusion is among the all free sowing treatments, the germination of Carissa carandas and the growth parameters of caranda seedlings can be enhanced when the seeds are treated with the cow urine treatment, that is 24 hours, as compared to rest of the treatments at 75 days of the imposing of the treatments. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now I request Dr. Anita Sharma, please come up with her presentation. Dr.
Yes,
Anita
sir.
Sharma.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm presenting. So can you see my presentation? Hello?
It's not visible.
Sir, I have shared the screen.
It's not coming. Just
No,
yes, yeah. Now it has come.
Now it is coming.
Yes, sir.
Just start, come to objectives and methodology and the results.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon to one and all. My name is Anita Sharma. I'm working as data assistant at GB Pant National Institute of Himalayan Environment, Sikkim Regional Center. My topic for today's presentation is nature-based climate adaptive strategy for developing a climate-resilient agricultural system in Sikkim Himalaya. This research is review-based research rather than an experimental research. So moving forward, I would like to talk about overall scenario of climate change on Indian Himalayan region. Like we know that Indian Himalayan region is one of the most sensitive Himalayan ecosystem in the world, and most of the population in this region are dependent on agriculture. Thus, with increasing population pressure, the exploitation of natural resources as well as unsustainable land use practices has been carried out. So, and like talking about such problems like when we talk about problems as big as climate change, we sort of have to find solution in nature. So I'll be talking about nature-based solutions. So nature-based solution according to UNEP are actions to protect, sustainably manage and restore natural and modified ecosystems to address societal problems and to facilitate human well-being and biodiversity benefits. The term was came forward officially in Paris Agreement, and like it basically focuses on overall well-being, like on increasing the overall well-being of human beings living in Indian Himalayan region. So when we talk about agriculture-based nature-based solutions, it basically talks about water management in agriculture, like through agriculture. One of such examples in Sikkim is like organic farming. Sikkim was declared organic state in 2016, and when we talk about organic farming in Indian Himalayan region, it's comparatively easier because the farmer living in these regions have been resorting to organic farming for such a long time. Thus, they do have the idea of organic farming. Number one. Number two, when it comes about when we talk about pest management, indigenous technical knowledge or technological knowledge have been immense in this region, like use of wood ash, kerosene, different indigenous plants for protecting their crops. It has been existing for since time immemorial. And thirdly, farmers in this region, they prefer traditional land races or traditional varieties over the GMCs or high yielding varieties, because these are available, number one, and number two, they have more adaptation to pest and disease. And another such practices is agroforestry system. It has been discussed by a couple of other presenters before, so I would like to focus on Sikkim's agroforestry systems as of now. One of the most famous agroforestry system in Sikkim has prevailed in cardamom plantation, and the cardamom has been grown in two kind of ecosystem. One is forest cardamom cultivation, and another has been alnus cardamom cultivation. And according to the research carried by Singh et al., Alnus nepalensis and cardamom-based agroforestry system has shown significantly higher yield as compared to non-agroforestry or mixed agroforestry systems. And another such, when it comes to agriculture or farm-based farming, mandarin-based agroforestry is quite popular in Sikkim. Cash crops like ginger and other cereal crops are grown with mandarin, and this sort of gives that potential for both of the crops for economic generation. And like when we talk about nature adaptive or nature climate adaptive resilient agriculture, there are 5 points I would like to emphasize on. Number one, nature based solution can focus on restorative agricultural ranges like no-tillage, crop rotation, multi-cropping, agroforestry, and improved livestock management. Like in this case, a lot of alternate crops can provide economic increase one crop fails. And number two, in case of Sikkim, traditional rice varieties like Masinoate, Tuloate, and different millet varieties and large cardamom varieties show more resilience to climate change as compared to other crops. And I'm sorry, I'm almost close to wrapping. And nature-based solution also sort of reduces the risk of forced climate migration. And like some of the gaps found out in the studies are, Sikkim is organic state, but when we talk about production versus demand status, then Sikkim is still not being able to supply. So thus we have a lot of imports coming out from outside. So a study to facilitate agriculture in the state is very important. Number two, interlinking of, like I have said, like in the in the right side, I have talked about water, food, energy nexus. Interlinking of different ecosystem components becomes very important when we talk about climate adaptive farming. And number three, when it comes to policy sector, it becomes very important to sort of check ecosystem based farming along with different policies, adequate resource and incentives to farmer to carry any sort of climate adaptive agriculture. With this, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now with the conveners, please clarify this. Your poster presentation is a separate part. Conveners.
Excuse me, sir.
Poster presentation is not a separate part. It is a part of this session, but we have separate coordinators who will coordinate the. They will invite the poster presentations while uploading their presentations. You be there for chairing the session.
Excuse
And
me,
give
sir.
your final remarks after the presentation. Poster presentation.
Excuse me, sir. My oral presentation is pending.
Okay, but we have still left Rashmi is there.
Sir, yes, I am.
And Tyageshwari.
Yeah, Tyageshwari
Yeah,
is here.
just you start. Sood sir.
जी.
हाँ, अभी तक presentation है हमारे पास. We have two more presentations at 11 and 12 serial number.
11 and 12 is not with me. I am only with 10.
No, there are 12.
An updated version was sent to you today morning, so please check that. There are two more that have been added. They were left inadvertently earlier.
But Rashmi is there.
Yes, sir. Sir,
Dr. Banyal, you please carry on because it is not with me.
Okay. Rashmi, you just start your presentation.
Okay, sir, is my screen visible, sir?
Okay, put your this PPT.
Screen is visible. Please start, Rashmi.
Yeah, start it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
But come close to your mic because you are not audible properly. Come closer to your mic. Also switch on your camera also.
Because of bandwidth, I am not switching on. So that is an issue. With
Okay, just start. No problem. Go.
Sir, good afternoon, everybody. My topic is on soil amendments for resource conservation, sustainable crop production, and degraded ecosystems of Chambal Ravine. And it was undertaken in the area which is having a higher pH and a higher ESP of 10 to 16%, with the objectives to evaluate the effect of soil amendments on runoff and soil loss, to evaluate the effect on crop productivity and soil properties. Now, the methodology, we have taken 8 treatments in which there was different combinations of the recommended dose of NPK. Along with that, we have taken 50% of gypsum requirement, and the other one, the common value taken at 10 tons, and the crop residue, that is mustard was used as a crop residue mulch, and different combinations was used in soybean crop. Now, directly coming to the results, the 3-year data for the runoff, it showed that the highest runoff was observed in control where there was no application of the amendment and the other treatments. However, in case of as you can see, that the T6, T7 and T8, wherein the gypsum applied with the crop residue as well as the farmyard decreased the runoff coefficient. Almost a similar trend was observed in case of soil loss, and the soil loss across the year varied from 1.71 to 4.43 tons per hectare, where the highest was recorded in the control. Now, the positive impact of the combined amendment treatment on the reduction in runoff and soil loss was visible in the improvement in the soybean yield in all the 3 years. And the coming to a few soil properties analyzed, which showed that a slight but significant reduction in pH was observed with the gypsum and the gypsum plus organic amendment treatment after 3 years. And there was a slight and significant improvement in the case of the organic carbon And in case of the available sulfur, gypsum amended treatment showed a significant higher level of sulfur, and being an important crop for the oilseed crop, it improved the soybean yield. Now the mean weight diameter, which is an important parameter which determines the soil erosion, it also significantly improved from the initial value of 0.46 to 0.66 mm with the addition of the gypsum and the organic mulch. Now the summary for the study, that is the highest runoff and soil loss, it was observed no doubt in control, and the least was observed in the combined amendment treatment where gypsum was used with organic resource. Now addition of gypsum substituted sodium with calcium, and the organic amendments increased soil aggregation and increased the detachment of soil particles, thereby reducing soil loss. However, the grain and stover yield of soybean was best recorded in the combined amendment treatment where gypsum, farmyard manure, crop residue was applied with recommended nutrient dose. And thus, the application of gypsum crop residue reduced the runoff and soil loss by improving soil aggregation and supplying the sulfur nutrient to the oilseed crop. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Vanyal, who is the next?
Sir, good morning. Myself, Tyageshwari.
Okay, start your presentation.
Can you see my screen, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah. A very good morning to all of the participants and the organizing committee members. Here, I am here to present on the phosphorus utilization and response of red gram cultivars to phosphorus in alkaline calcareous soils of Madurai district of Tamil Nadu. In fact, 70 to 80% of soils are alkaline and also calcareous. So we can imagine what is the problem in phosphorus utilization by any crop, especially with the legumes like PGNP. And though that area is high in available phosphorus, but the crops still respond to the phosphorus fertilization because nearly 70 to 90% of the applied phosphorus fertilizer is absorbed and it is logged. And the availability of phosphorus, as we are all well known, the availability is very much restricted because of the precipitation of phosphates both under acidic condition and under alkaline conditions, and more so when calcareousness is associated with the alkalinity. And thereby it leads to not only low availability of phosphorus, but also the mobility of phosphates. So with this in view, we have conducted experiment with PGNP, that is red gram, in an alkaline calcareous soil of the specific area, and in 3 different conditions. That is, we have conducted a laboratory study to study the what is the status of phosphorus, available phosphorus, and also the phosphorus fixing capacity of that particular soil. And we have conducted some incubation studies with different levels of phosphorus to assess the P-release pattern and also the different fractions. And based on these informations, we have culled out the phosphorus fixing capacity of the soil, and we have tested it with the different genotypes. Because if you consider the latest varieties or the hybrids of red gram, especially the ones released by Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, they have got the capacity to utilize even the limited amount of phosphorus which is present. So though the phosphorus is available but not taken up by the plant, these genotypes are in a position to tap maximum of the phosphorus. So we wanted to just assess the potential because it is always not possible to go for fertilization, and more so where we want to reduce the quantity of fertilizers to be applied. So how best can the native phosphorus be utilized? So with this, all this an idea, we have taken up the study, and in the horticulture experiment, we have taken 3 genotypes, APK1, that is Arpukote, and Coimbatore Red Gram 7, and Bamban 3. These are the different stations from where the varieties have been released with different doses of fertilizers from the results of the incubation and the laboratory studies. And based on these, we have taken up different levels of phosphorus based on the phosphorus fixing capacity of the soil. It is almost 50 kg per hectare seems to be most optimum. So we have taken a level lower and 1 level higher, and we have used the red gram PGNP. And the experimental soil that we selected, you can imagine the pH is 9 to 9.3 with a free calcium carbonate, leading to a calcareousness of 7.5 to 7.7%. And also the P fixing capacity of the soil is nearly 27.5 ppm. And this is the status of the soil in which the experiment was taken up. Because it is an alkaline calcareous soil, we didn't directly want to go to the field experiment. So we conducted a pot experiment to assess the potential of the varieties or the genotypes. So we took up the experiment in a sandy clay loam soil, where it had a P fixing capacity of 27.5 ppm, and the different fractions, though it is alkaline calcareous soil, we expect more of calcareous P. There was also aluminum and iron P to a little extent of 18.25 and 15 ppm, and the soil required nearly 12.68 tons of gypsum to recline, and the exchangeable sodium percentage was 67.8 of this particular soil. So we can imagine how much of restraint is being given to the crop growth. And based on the incubation study, the P release pattern, that is available P, was studied up to 90 days at 15 days interval, and we found that the availability of P decreased with the increase in incubation. And this picture very clearly depicts the P release pattern over a period of time. And similarly, the different fractions, aluminum P fractions, iron P fractions, and calcium fractions, they were studied, and it was found that the iron and aluminum fraction decreased with increase in incubation. So the amount of P being fixed by aluminum and iron with the days over a period of time decreased, whereas in the alkaline calcareous soil, the increase in P fixation due to calcium was more because it is alkaline calcareous soil. So with period of incubation, which indicates that over a period of crop growth, you can expect the non-availability of phosphorus because the high calcareousness fixes the phosphorus. And with these informations that we culled out from the pot incubation experiment, we have fixed different levels of phosphorus. Namely, one is control.
Can you try to sum up your presentation next in 2 minutes?
Yeah, sir. That's all. I'm just coming to the end, close. And we have different levels of which we have found that. So we have, these are all the supporting data that we have obtained out of this. We have studied not only the grain and stalk yield, but also the test weight, plant weight, number of branches, etc. And we have found that based on the grain yield, we have found that the application of 50 kg of P2O5, because the P fixing capacity is 27.5, we have fixed this as the level, and the genotype, namely APK1, it is performing better. So these are all some of the supporting documents. You can just see the picture will substantiate to the results. And also the uptake of phosphorus was higher with the level of T3 in APK1, that is this blue color one. You can see the uptake in both the grain and the straw, and both the experiments, concurrent results we obtained. And the salient finding is, though the soil has got a higher P fixing capacity of 27.5 ppm, over and above the alkaline and calcareous condition, which almost is restricting the availability of phosphorus, and calcium phosphorus is also relatively higher than the iron and aluminum phosphorus content. This particular genotype can be very well recommended for such type of soil with the 50 kg of phosphorus P2O5 per hectare, which can give a maximum pigeon P yield of 1370 kg per hectare. And also we could assess phosphorus utilization, that is the utilization by the plant under this constraint is 9.38 kg per hectare. And these are some of the pictures that will support the results. So these are the vegetative stage, the flowering stage, the pod formation stage. You can see so though this is an alkaline calcareous soil, highly problematic soil, you can see well-filled grains in these pictures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Banyal, anybody else?
Yeah, one more presentation, that is Chaudhary Guna Shekhar, second presentation.
I think he is not there.
He is not there. Then it's okay. Now, all the presentations out of 12, we have 11 presentations. So we have information about these conveners.
I request Dr. Danish Tamuli, who is the coordinator of poster sections, to please continue. Dr. Sood and Dr. Banyal, please stay on. You are still the chair, and we'll have your concluding remarks after the poster presentations.
Okay.
Okay. Just then we have a remarks from the convener, Dr. Ranjita Deshbarua.
Sir, we should start the poster presentations. We have the next section in waiting.
Okay.
All right.
Dr. Tamuli, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. So I welcome one and all to the poster presentation. The timing was set at 12 o'clock. However, we are running delayed by another 22 minutes. So without taking much ado, I am Dr. Danish Tamuli, Assistant Professor in Department of Soil Science from Assam Agriculture University, Jorhat, along with our co-coordinator, Mohammad Salman Chaudhary, who is also online with us today. So already we have received, so for this particular slot, a total number of 13 posters has been allotted. However, since there has been a request that has been made to send a poster beforehand, even before the this particular program starts. However, we could just receive 5 posters. So just to give a fair chance to the early birds or the early comers, what we'll do is that we'll allow this first 5 posters who have already submitted to present it, and then which will be presented from our end, from my end. And then the next presenters will have, for those who have not sent their presentation or the posters, they will present from their own end. So I think that makes the things clear for all. So just to start with, without taking much ado, the first poster presentation will be done by Seema Bhagawati.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes, so you're already there, right?
Yes, sir.
I'll just try presenting the slide. All right, can you see the presentation?
Yes, yes.
Yes, please go ahead. So you'll be allowed 2 minutes of time and 30 minutes for discussion.
Okay.
Go to full screen mode, Dr. Danish.
Yes, I'll go for it.
Good afternoon, everybody. Respected Chairman and Vice Chairman, sir. The topic of my poster is effect of NIM in availability of different potassium forms and yield of rice crop. As we know, potassium, the third major essential nutrient for plant growth and development, is a quality as well as quantity element. Depending on its availability to plant, potassium is classified in water-soluble, exchangeable, non-exchangeable, and structural forms. K deficiency has become a limiting nutritional factor for its complex behavior in acid soil, in increasing rice yield due to intensive cropping. The objectives were to study the dynamic of K as affected by different sources, to evaluate yield of rice as influenced by INA practice as a source of potassium. And materials and methods, field study with 10 different treatments and 3 applications were laid out in RBD design in rice crops variety Ranjit consecutively for 2 years. Initial and final physicochemical and soil properties along with various forms of K were analyzed following standard methods. Yield recorded from each plot at harvest and statistical analysis of data was done accordingly. And regarding the results, we found highest yield in T10 treatments where INM was incorporated, followed by T9 where also INM was incorporated. And if we see the different forms of potassium, we can see that the exchangeable K, water-soluble K, and total K was highest in the INM treatments. And so we can conclude that INM packages were better in maintaining available K status of soil and resultant crop yield compared to inorganic treatments. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Seema Bhagawati. So do you have any questions? Any attendants? So Dr. Bhagawati, you said that INM package is the best. So what is that treatment that falls under this INM package you are specifically mentioning about?
Yes. In T10 treatment is actually the 50% of full dose of 50% of N and P fertilizers plus full K and plus 10 ton per hectare vermicompost was applied.
5 ton per hectare.
Sorry, 5 ton per hectare, and followed by T9 treatment where instead of vermicompost, enriched compost was applied.
All right, thank you for that. So
thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have one question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm Dr. YP Singh. Madam, have you calculated the cost economics of this treatment which you recommended for INM? Do you have any information about cost economics?
Yes, sir. I have calculated the cost economics.
Because the cost of 5 ton vermicompost, how much will be the cost of, do you know that how much will be the cost of 5 ton vermicompost? Because vermicompost is 20 rupees per kg, or somewhere it is 10 to 20 rupees per kg. If you multiply 5 ton, then how much will be the cost of the
actually, sir, if the farmers, if they produce themselves, then the costing will be less than that of if they purchase from outsources.
But not everybody, not each and every farmer is growing, is producing vermicompost. So if they are, most of the farmers, they are procuring vermicompost from the outsource, or
Actually, if we see the costing regarding INM packages, the costing is somewhat a little bit more than that of chemical fertilizers. But if we consider the sustainability of soil, in that case, we can go for INM treatments to sustain the productivity of the soil.
yeah, you can say that soil fertility or soil health may be improved because of addition of organic source of this nutrient.
Yes,
that can be sustainability part can be okay, but
Yes, sir.
the cost of purchasing vermicompost 5 ton is very high. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Singh, for their input. So I'll call upon the next presenter, that is Dr. Harishankar, abstract number 3.18. Are you there in the call? Dr. Harishankar. All right, so I think Dr. Harishankar is not around. So we'll go to the next presenter, abstract number 3.20. Let me just check the name.
What is the name?
Dr. Govind Sharma and Shekhar Singh, the co-author.
Hi, I'm available.
It's available? Okay, you're available. All right, let me just share the screen. Give me 5 seconds. You can see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, so you know the rules. I'll just switch on the timer and you can go ahead.
Yeah. I'm presenting my poster on impact of COVID-19 pandemic on air pollution. So during COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, so there was lockdown on transportation, factories, human activities, everyone either restricted or completely closed. So this should definitely impact on air pollution, like in a positive way or negative way. So my target is to estimate how much will be the effect of this pandemic on the air pollution. So my objective was to compare daily air quality parameter for pre-COVID and during COVID timestamp, and then to quantify how much effect that is created on the air quality. So the whole data was downloaded from AQICM website, and for Delhi region data was downloaded. So I choose around 20 points around which was spread around the Delhi region, and for those data was like analysis were done. So whole working was in Python programming, and after plotting the data for interpolation over the region, I used IDW and Warner tesselation methods. So you can see in figure 1, so there are 24 chosen which was separated around the Delhi region, and in figure 2, if you see in 2020 there were dip in the AQI compared to previous years. So in figure 3, what I did is I chose for January 21, 2022 to April 2021. So here we clearly can see in first lockdown and second lockdown there was a dip in the overall AQI, average AQI for the region. So that dip is natural or due to the pandemic. To check that, we will see the figure 4 and figure 5. So here what we have done, we have compared just the daily AQI for the previous year and for the current year. So when we compare with the 2019 in figure 4 and 2018.
Dr. Sharma, please wind up.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Sharma. In fact, it is a very impactful study that you have done. Just to ask you a question, how much of this proportion of this pollution has actually been contributed by agriculture? I know this study do not cover that part, but while doing this study, you might have come across some literatures. So can you throw some light how much of agriculture is contributing towards this Delhi air pollution?
No, sir. I didn't check for the agriculture side, but overall, yeah, it impacted around 34.8%, 44% when compared for 2019-2018. Yeah.
All right.
Dr. Sharma, what is the implication of your study?
Sorry?
What is the implication of your study?
Yeah, it is the study like when we know how much this will impact on the how much we are as a human or as a factory we're impacting, then we can in further this is the feasibility review side, and then we can do key how much effect this will create, and in future we can further study key, like in other study we can use that key this much like effect human can create.
Okay. Dr. Govind, so you have tried a lot to give some information, but it has some loopholes in your study. Just try to plug those holes, because COVID as such, we cannot take it as a blessing. It's a pandemic, and whole mankind across the world has suffered with this. So just try to correlate the activities. Which are the activities which are directly, you can say, affected by the COVID pandemic, and that will have the direct effect on the environmental implications like air quality index and other things also. So if you correlate all those things, then it will be better. Otherwise, as such, our chairman has very rightly pointed out that your implication is the question.
Yes,
Rest is fine.
Yes, sir, I'll say that. Yes.
Very well. Thank you, Dr. Banyal. Yes. Yes, Dr. Tarun Adab.
एयर क्वालिटी इम्प्रूव करने के लिए क्या क्या मेजर्स होना चाहिए था, that should have been in the conclusion.
Yes,
right. Okay, thank you, Mr. Sharma, Dr. Sharma. So we'll go to the next presenter, abstract number 3.25, Miss Anmona Bora. So I have been responded that she is present. So I'll straight away present a slide. Miss Anmona Bora. Yes, 3.25 abstract number.
I think Harishankar is present. Dr. Harishankar is present.
Harishankar, okay. So that yes was from Harishankar, right?
Yes, I am present.
Okay, just a second. So, Harishankar, okay. I got your presentation. Can you see your presentation, Dr. Harishankar?
Yes.
Yes, please
yes,
present your poster. You'll be just allotted 2.5 minutes of time in total. Please go ahead.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, today, thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my topic, development of physical, biological, and economic resources in Korma micro watershed in Eastern Plateau of India under Integrated Watershed Management Program. Now, introduction. We know that land and water are the most important viable natural resources in the earth, and land degradation is the most common problem in arid and semi-arid region. That's why IWMP, or Integrated Watershed Management Program, was implemented in arid and semi-arid region of western part of West Bengal in 2010-11 and continued up to 2014-15. So now the research is how the program was successful in bringing about the desirable changes in respect of physical, biological, and economic resources. Now the objectives. Now the physical resources include increase in available water for irrigation, increase in irrigated area, and second objective is to know how much increase in crop productivity index, particularly for maize and paddy, and third objective is to know how much increase in benefit cost ratio of paddy after program. Now materials and method. Now the entire research was conducted in Korma micro watershed, which lies in Balrampur block of Purulia district in West Bengal. And the study was conducted based on 40% of the total respondents, which is 126, selected randomly based on simple random sampling, and data was collected and evaluated using exposed factor research design method. Now the materials and method, including there are 3 ponds, Kamulia, Mudi, and Charkonna, situated in different land situation, lowland, medium land, upland, and different soil and water conservation measure was taken under Integrated Watershed Management Program, like drainage line treatment, excavation, boundary plantation, etc. And the CPI, or crop productivity index, was calculated based on the NET's method. Therefore, now the results and discussion. Among 3 ponds, the Mudi pond, or pond 2, which lies in the medium land situation, shows the highest change in the irrigated area, particularly during Kharif season, which is 46.94%, followed by
Harishankar,
summer
you have to
season.
stop presenting now. Okay. There will be some questions or interaction around. Yeah, any questions from the attendees? So So, Mr. Harishankar, what is this integrated watershed management? What do you understand by this particular term?
So, integrated watershed management program is a program which is a modified program of
I'm not asking about the program per se. What I'm asking is, what does integrated watershed management mean?
Okay. Sir, integrated watershed management program is a watershed program which is coordination of all use of all integrated resources. That is physical resources, that is organic and inorganic resources. Use of organic and inorganic resources to increase the sustainability of the production and to improve the physical condition of soil, crop, and
thank you. Yeah. And any more questions from other attendees?
Dr. Harishankar.
Yes, sir.
Because your title is a development of physical, biological, and economic resources.
Yes,
so
sir.
it's a very wider topic, but the narration of your, this poster is not, at par with your title. Because you have only mentioned majorly the soil water conservation measures, not for any, you can say, the biological and economic resources. So just go for which soil water conservation measure is better in terms of PC ratio and other economic, you can say, the basis. So that is lacking in your presentation because your topic is too wide. Concise this title. Otherwise, it carries no meaning. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay. So actually, I'm trying to show that there are 3 ponds which shows the different land situation and shows in among 3 ponds which pond shows the highest contribution of water, availability of water, and the availability of water increases the crop productivity, particularly maize and paddy, and it leads to benefit cost ratio, increase in benefit cost ratio of particularly paddy. That's the main objective of my presentation. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Harishankar. So we'll move on to the next presenter. Abstract number 3.26, Dr. Sudarshana. Do you have Sudarshana here on the call?
Yes.
Sudarshan Verma, sorry. Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir.
Sudarshan Verma is there. Great. So just allow me to share my screen. Okay, so Dr. Verma, you'll be allowed 2.5 minutes of time in total, 2 minutes for your presentation and 30 seconds for interaction. So just stick to the time. Thank you. You can go ahead.
Yes, sir. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sudarshan. So I'm going to present about phosphorus management strategies in low pH soils of Karnataka. So most of the acids, 50% of the soils are acid, and in those soils, P is the very deficiency of phosphorus is very widespread and severe. So we need to take up management practices in order to reclaim the acid soils which are deficient in P, and we have to increase the yield. So with that objective, we chosen to access the effect of different P management strategies on pH efficiency and crop yield in low pH soils. So in order to increase the pH efficiency, we need to reclaim these acid soils, and we need to take up some management practices in order to increase the pH efficiency, such as application of rock phosphate and even application of enriched compost will increase the pH efficiency. So with this respect, I'm going to present few studies here. In this case, effect of levels of calcium saturation on seed yield and P uptake was conducted. This graph depicts that 45% of calcium saturation was is increased the seed yield of sunflower, and even the P uptake was also increased by the sunflower. Here, with respect to impact of P enriched and compost on P status and yield of ragi in acid soils, here grain yield and straw yield was increased with in case of enriched compost, whereas compared to unenriched compost there was a slight decrease recorded. Even enriched compost performed better compared to FIM and vermicompost. Similarly, this study was conducted in order to know the effect of rock phosphate on grain yield and straw yield of paddy, and they also recorded the phosphorus uptake, availability of phosphorus. Here, with respect to application of SSP and rock phosphate, higher grain yield and straw yield was recorded with respect to application of rock phosphate compared to SSP. And by this we can conclude that phosphorus management plays an important role in enhances the crop yield by improving the phosphorus use efficiency in low pH soils. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Verma. Any queries, any questions from the attendees, please?
Dr. Verma, you have pointed out a very relevant, the problem, particularly in the Karnataka soil, because there is a low availability of the, you can say, this very low pH and phosphorus management is required there. But as far as your conclusion is concerned, you just try to give the lines that which is your reclamation, you can say the approach is better, rather than giving a general statement that management of the enhances the yield of the crop.
So reclaiming by lime application is the better, sir. I mean, and it is cost effective.
Lime application, what is the rate of application then? So it can be a ready reckoner for the users.
Yes, sir.
Our recommendations also, we need such, the concrete conclusions, right? Okay, rest is fine.
Yes, sir.
All right. So, Dr. Verma.
Yes. Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, okay, thank you. Dr. Danish, who is the next?
Sir, I'm taking over, Sir Danish, sir. So the next participant is, I think, Miss Anmona Bora is ready. Miss Anmona Bora, she is ready. She responded earlier. Miss Anmona Bora.
What is the poster number?
So, Miss Anmona Bora, poster number 3.25.
3.25, eh? Oh, okay. So
I think she's not ready now.
Okay.
Moving to the next. Yeah, moving to the next. Somewhere 3.14. Sneha, she responded. Dr. Sneha, are you ready?
Yes, sir. I'm ready, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. You can. You have the presentation. You have the poster.
Yes, sir.
Please upload and start.
I'll share, sir.
Okay.
Sorry, I somehow got ejected due to the poor internet. All right.
Sir,
So do we have?
Yes. Yes, sir. I called Miss Sneha, Dr. Sneha.
Excellent. Excellent. Very good. Very good, Salma. Yes.
Very good afternoon to everyone. Now I am here to present on effect of foliar application of different nanofertilizers on growth and yield of finger millet. Nowadays, the use of the conventional fertilizers is day by day increasing. Due to this, the soil is deteriorating, and also there is lots of soil degradation. This is causing the loss of the soil fertility. Hence, one of the way to overcome this is the nanofertilization. Nanofertilizers, which have the particle size of around 1 to 100 nanometer, and which improves the crop growth, quality, and yield of the crops, and also it increases the nutrient use efficiency. There is also a reduction in the wastage of fertilizers, and also reduces the cost of cultivation to a great extent. And the objective of the research was to evaluate the efficacy of nanofertilizers on growth and yield of the finger millet. And the experiment consisted of 18 treatments with the different levels of nitrogen, that is 0%, 50%, 75%, and 100% of N, along with that of recommended P and K, along with the spray of nano nitrogen, nano zinc, and also the combination of nano nitrogen and nano zinc. The experiment results were like that. At harvest, the growth parameters like plant height, number of leaves per hill, and productive tillers per hill was highest in the case of treatment number 18, which is the application of the nitrogen at 100% with the recommended PK, and the spray of both nano nitrogen and nano zinc, which was on par with the treatment T17, which means that the 75% of application of nitrogen along with the P and K with the spray of nano nitrogen and nano zinc. Coming to the yield and yield attributes, it was seen that the treatment number T18 responded greatly to application of nano nitrogen and nano zinc with the application of 100% of NPK. This is due to the availability of nutrients, that is nanonutrients, slowly at the crop need, that is it synchronized with the crop need. Thereby the treatment number 18 and treatment number 17 were on par with each other. In conclusion, I can say that application of 75% of recommended nitrogen along with the PK and the spray of nano nitrogen and nano zinc was more productive and feasible in terms of economics and production. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sneha. Any queries from the attendees?
Dr. Sneha, I have the observation that you have recommended that application of 75% of the recommended dose of the nitrogen
Yes,
and
sir.
phosphorus and potassium, along with the spraying of the nanofertilizers.
Yes,
so, have you calculated the cost? How much cost it involves in the treatment?
Cost in case of 100% of nitrogen, the cost was more compared to 75%, sir. And the treatments were almost, the yield and all were on par with each other. So 75% was almost feasible in terms of economics, sir.
So, how much you can save, in terms of this economics?
Sir, in terms of economics, we can save around, the urea cost is around 266 per bag now, sir. So that we can save around, I think so, 1,000 or 2,000 we can save per hectare.
So, from where you took this nano, nitrogen or nano zinc?
Sir, it was from IFCO product, sir.
IFCO product. So, just you can name that particular product. So, it would be better. Then, how much quantity you have applied here?
Sir, I have applied 2 ml per liter of water, sir.
Okay, just those things are needed in your poster. Okay. That is fine. Right.
Okay, so thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Neha. Here we go for the next 3.15 Imran Hussain and Mizanur Rahman. One of them are ready. Imran Hussain, Mizanur Rahman. I think we are not ready.
Can go to the next one. Yes.
Yes. Moving to 3.16 is J. Rakesh. Dr. J. Rakesh, are you ready? J. Rakesh. J. Rakesh, MC Rekha. Any one of them?
I think you move.
Moving to the next 3.17 is SS Desai. Dr. SS Desai. Are you there? SS Desai.
Next.
Next 3.19 Arvind Kumar and Ravi Pratap. Any one of them? Dr. Arvind Kumar.
Next, please.
To the next 3.21 Movina P. Dr. Movina. Movina.
Next.
Okay, go for next, no problem. You just give an open call. If anybody here, those who want to present the poster, you can,
Yes, if somebody is there in that 3.1 through 13 to 3.26,
yeah.
You can voluntarily raise your hand. I think there is one Dr. Nashima Rahman. Okay, no. So is anybody there from 3.13 to 3.26? Or we are done with this particular group? All right, so I think there are no more in this particular slot.
Okay, then we just wind up this session.
We'll just then wind up. So thank you everybody for presenting your case in this poster presentation session. We have gone through a few of them. Of course, we'll be having some awards and we'll decide on the score that will be provided to each of these presenters based on their presentation, the innovativeness and the kind of work they have been doing in different areas of soil science and agricultural chemistry. So with this, I on my personal behalf and my co-coordinator Mohammad Samran Ahmed Chaudhary would like to thank for each one of you for sparing your time and being present on this particular call for presenting your poster presentation, as well as all senior members present on this particular call. Thank you. So I think we can move to the next agenda.
So, Rivas from the convener, next is there?
No, we do not have any convener here, sir. It's just the coordinator and the co-coordinator. Yeah, for posters only coordinator and co-coordinator.
So, sir.
I think you just give your remarks, then I will give my remarks.
Okay. As a co-chairman of this session, that is agroforestry and joint forest management, holistic ecosystems management for the livelihood security in the context of the natural farming. It's a very well taken, you can say, the problem and how we can go for increasing the particularly the tree cover along with some high value crops just to increase the standard. We can say the livelihood security of the the rural poor and even the masses across the India. So I would say the keynote speaker has very rightly pointed out some of the, you can say, the impediments in the way of agroforestry, and it would be go long way, particularly raised by this Dr. A.K. Handa, who has give a very overview journey of the agroforestry and what is the standing of this particularly trees outside the forest and how they are contributing to the economy of the country, particularly in the, you can say, the wood sector. So I hope this will go a very long way. Then we have another keynote lead speaker, that is a Rajiv Bora, and he has also given a very that is a very economical and, you can say, the high value crops. This is the actual area, and how we can go for more, you can say, the infections with the borer as well as the some another artificial methods. So that is there, and we finally, because it is the mandate of the Indian government that we should go for back to basics, because there are a number of schemes that promoting for organic farming, natural farming, just to improve the soil health. So I think all the topics that are covered in the oral presentations as well as through the poster presentations, all are directly related that how we can improve the soil health, just to have a, you can say, the high productivity with the quality products, right from the agronomical crops, rice feed, to the, you can say, the food crops and even forestry plantations. So with these words, I have these observations, and before stopping here, I would extend my very warm thank to the organizers, especially Dr. Arora, who is the secretary of this society, and who has provided me the opportunity to interact with you and share some of my experiences with you, with the presenters, and hope that the suggestions which I gave you will improve your, you can say, the adaptability of your outcomes to your research studies. And this is a very well taken, and that on the day of the Earth Day, and because we are everybody is concerned with the environment, and as a whole we are moving ahead with the, you can say, the green economy, and particularly carbon neutral country, and these are the small interventions and the steps that will go ahead way in achieving our, you can say, at the country level, and we will do, you can say, better for the society. So with these words, thank you once again, thank you all, and thank you, Chairman sir, Dr. Sood sir, just to, again providing me opportunity to interact with you also quite since a long time, and it's a better platform to interact with each other. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Banyal. The session was over. This was very informative, and I am thankful to organizing for providing opportunity to be on the board for this technical session, and our keynote speakers and lead speakers and other speakers have given very informative information, and I think the organizer will compile it in form of the recommendations. And with this, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So with this, now we close the session.
Thank you. The session is closed.
Thank you. Thank you for joining the session to all.
Yeah, I also take this opportunity to thank the conveners. I hope they have compiled their notes for the proceedings. Please arrange to send it by email to the academy.
Okay, sir.
We'll have to compile it for the validity session.
Okay, sir.
So now, straightforward, we'll be moving to the session 4, technical session 4, which is on ecological pest management in the context of increasing emphasis on natural farming. For this session, we have Dr. Rajendra Peshan, professor in the Department of Extension Education as chair at SCOS Jammu. Co-chair is Dr. Taraknath Goswami, who is an assistant professor in the Department of Entomology at BIU Sabur. And then we have Dr. Poppy Bora, Dr. Seema Bhagwati, Dr. YK Singh, and Dr. RK Kanajia as conveners. So request them to please take notes for the proceedings, which will have to be presented in the valedictory session. In this session, we have listed about 11 oral posters, oral papers, and another 15 or 16 posters besides one keynote presentation. So without taking much time, I'll just hand over the mic to the chair and co-chair. I guess they're online. Yes, Dr. Patient, please. Welcome and please take over the session now.
Thank you, my colleague, Dr. Kohli. I'm grateful to you that you chose me for this ecological pest management section and had sent me the list of the keynote speakers as well as the presentations that had to be made. And I have a co-chair. I welcome Dr. Taraknath Goswami from BAU Sabor. A very good afternoon to you. And I've also welcomed Dr. Poppy Bora, scientist, Assam Agriculture University, if I have got it correctly. Dr. Seema Bhagwati, scientist, Horticulture Research Station, I think it is. Assam Agriculture University.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And Dr. Yamendra Kumar Singh, Assistant Professor, BAU Sabor. And Dr. R.K. Kanojia, SMS KVK, Rai Bareli, UP. And I welcome to this session all of you and our keynote speaker, Dr. Uday Saikia, Head, NBS LPU Regional Center, Jora. Dr. Saikia, a very good afternoon to you. Is Dr. Saikia over here?
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. So we will be starting with your keynote lecture. And thereafter, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think 11 these oral presentations. I don't know whether everybody is on board who will be making the oral presentation, all the 11. Let me repeat
Yes,
your
sir.
name. Gidhi Trimula, is she present?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm there, sir.
Next is Mayuri Borva. She's also there.
Sir, I'm present.
Then it is Jivitha. Is she present? He or she, I don't know. Jivitha, field evaluation programs. Present?
Yes, sir, I'm present.
Yeah. Then there is Shehnaz Sultana Ahmad.
Yes, sir.
She is also present.
Sir, actually mine is poster, sir, not oral.
But here it is given in oral presentations, exploring potential.
Yes, yes, sir, it's in poster. The like residual program, it's in poster, sir. I applied for poster.
Actually, so you are not going to make a presentation. Okay.
I will give the poster. I will give.
No, the posters are thereafter. These are the oral presentation list, which is
Yeah, after oral presentation, posters are there.
there.
My name is there.
Then P. Damodar Reddy. Damodar Reddy, field evaluation of biopesticides. Damodar is not there. Then Gundumala Yeshwani and
Yes, sir.
she is there. Who? And Supriya, Dr. Supriya, is she there? Then Sumathi, Supriya is not there. Sumathi. Is Sumathi there? Efficacy of eco-friendly pesticides? No. Then Sujata, seasonal fluctuations in the populations of phytonematodes? No. Then Poppy Bora. Poppy Bora is there. Poppy Bora, because he is the convener also, he will be also making a presentation, Poppy Bora. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Poppy Bora, you will be also making a presentation, huh?
He's not online now.
He's not online. Okay. Then R.K. Kanojia, Yogesh Chandra Srivastav, and MS Paul, comparative study of weed management on growth and yield of summer groundnut.
He's also not online.
Now I will request the co-chairman Dr. Taraknath Goswami for the initial comments, and thereafter the conveners may take over to start with the first presentation, that is Edith Pramula Devi. Now to my co-convener.
First we'll have the keynote presentation.
Okay. So let us have a comment from a co-chairman, Taraknath Goswami,
okay,
before
sir.
we go forward.
I don't have any specific comments. I don't have, but we can start the presentation of the keynote speaker, sir.
Okay. Now I request Uday Saikia, head NBS LPU Regional Center, Jorhat, to make his keynote presentation. His keynote presentation topic is climate change exposures, threats, adaptation, and mitigation strategies in the context of fragile Eastern Himalayan agro-ecosystem. Now the floor is yours, or rather the Zoom is yours. Dr. Uday Saikia.
Yes, sir.
Please go ahead.
Is it visible and audible, sir?
Yeah.
Sir, I am sorry to say that I am the wrong person being placed in the wrong place, because it is a session of ecological pest management, but I am not a man of pest and disease management. There may be some confusion in the part of organizer, or they did not convey the correct message to me. Anyhow, I came up with some presentation. The topic is climate change exposures, threats, adaptation, mitigation strategies in the context of fragile Eastern Himalayan agroecosystem. Next. The presentation will be covered through these 5 topics: brief introduction, then exposures to climate change in the northeastern region, and threats to Eastern Himalayan agroecosystem, possible adaptation strategies, then possible mitigation strategies. In brief introduction, I want to say that this Eastern Himalayan ecosystem covers the entire northeastern region, including Sikkim and the Darjeeling district of West Bengal. And it is highly unproductive for zooming, which is being frequently practiced in the hills of northeast because of the red-brown soils, which are very much prone to erosion. And this is a very high rainfall area. And this region needs improved infrastructural facilities, along with improved technological interventions and gradual conversion of shifting cultivation to permanent farming system-based terrace farming. And climatic variability of the region is very high. It is very much highly prone to climatic vulnerability. And there are some evidences of rapid climate change I am listing here, but I'm not going to read each and everything. But coming to this year, 2022, there is unprecedented rain during the month of April. This does not usually happen, so much of rain in this month. The Assam and Meghalaya, including Sikkim, they are receiving around 60% excess rainfall, whereas Nagaland, Manipur, Mizoram, and Tripura, they are experiencing deficit rainfall up to the tune of 51%. And this is calculated from 1st April to till date. This data is based on the IMD information. And heavy intensity rainfall events are increasing. These are our own analysis. Heavy intensity rainfall includes more than 75 millimeter of rainfall in a single event. This is 1969 to 90 and 91 to 2005. And there is an increase in intensity of high intensity rainfall if we compare between these two periods. 91 to 2005 is having more intense rainfall.
Dr. Saikia, sir, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Sir, can you blow your slides, sir? Can you do it in full screen?
It is in full screen.
Okay.
It is in full screen.
Okay. Okay. Sorry.
So we have done one study with standardized precipitation index, which is a drought monitoring index, just like Palmer drought index. And this location specific study for entire northeastern region has indicated that between 1951 and 1990 and 91 to 2007, there is a increasing dryness in the region. From this photograph plates, you can see that these are the region where earlier a lot of rains occurred during the monsoon rain, but they are gradually shifting to drier areas, regions. And negative SPI indicates dry condition, whereas positive SPI indicates better monsoon. And this particular red area, this Nagaland, this covers Manipur and Nagaland. They are having more proneness to increasing seasonal dryness, particularly during monsoon. The El Nino is another phenomenon which is affecting the monsoon and agriculture in the northeastern region. And El Nino years, there is occurrence of serious flood in Assam when there was a strong El Nino. And this El Nino causes delay in onset of monsoon. When there is strong El Nino, on an average, there is a 5-day delay in onset of monsoon. And if in case of weak El Nino, that means in good monsoon years, there is advancement of monsoon by about 3.5 to 4 days. And this entire northeastern region is facing increase in temperature during last 25 years. 25 years starting from 1991 to 2015. And this is the map showing districts of Northeast India with greater risk of exposure to severe water stress combined with increase in mean temperature. The maximum temperature increase is associated with high evaporative loss during daytime and crop stress due to intense heat, and high minimum temperature is related to increase in respiration loss leading to low net photosynthesis. There was a vulnerability study by CRIDA during 2013, CRIDA Hyderabad, and they indicated that out of all these states of Northeast, that Mizoram is the highest vulnerable, followed by Manipur. Then least vulnerable is Sikkim, then Tripura, then Sikkim, then Arunachal. Assam and Nagaland comes in between. And one interesting outcome of this study was that out of the top 10 most climate vulnerable districts in the Northeast region, except Borpeta in Assam, all others are hill districts. That means hills are more vulnerable to rapid climate change. And there is a change in annual rainfall at a cycle of 30 years. It has indicated that mean rainfall is more or less remain same starting from 1901 to 2015. But the coefficient of variation that determines the performance of monsoon rainfall, that coefficient of variation was 14.7% in 1901 to 30, and that has increased almost twofold by 91 to 2015. It is around 28% now, which was 14% before, now 28%. And trend of change in rainfall is in alternate, it is showing alternate trend in a cycle of 30 years.
Sir, your slide is not moving.
Yeah. Because of low internet, poor internet connectivity, it may happen. And seasonal rainfall distribution, rainy days plays a major role.
Dr. Saikya, please go to, please come back from the full screen mode, and then you can just right away click on the slides on the left. Then we'll be able to see all your slides. In the slide sorter, you click on the slide that you want to show. Then we'll be able to see.
Okay, sir. Is it okay, sir? Hello?
Now.
Now it's okay.
The rainy days means how better distribution is there in a season compared to all other seasons, winter, summer, post-monsoon, and monsoon. There is a significant decrease in distribution of monsoon rainy days, starting from 44 days in 1901 to 32, around 40 days. There is a loss of 4 to 5 days, 4 to 5 rainy days in a span of 115 years. If you see the annual maximum temperature trend, the mean maximum temperature during 51 to 90 was 29 degrees centigrade, but 91 to 2015, it has increased by 0.2 degrees centigrade. And this increase from 91 to 2015 is highly significant. That is not a good sign if we consider the water resource loss and stress to standing crops. And minimum temperature, though it is it was showing a decreasing trend during 51 to 1990, but that has reversed during 91 to 2015, though it is not statistically significant. Then other threats, those were the threats from abiotic factor. Other threats are loss of the traditional water springs and rivers are drying up because of lesser research of groundwater. Then warmer temperatures are changing and humidity has increased. That is causing occurrence of different pests and diseases which were not seen in this region previously, and they are becoming endemic. Because of elevated carbon dioxide, temperature, there is rapid degradation of soil of carbon dioxide, and that is increasing more release of carbon dioxide to the atmosphere, leading to greenhouse emission of greenhouse gas, increasing concentration of greenhouse gas in the atmosphere. Then few possible adaptation strategies: conjunctive water management of harvested rainwater to increase both water use efficiency as well as economic water use efficiency. Mulching is a well-known practice. Then through ANRCM, soil health management should be done. Varietal improvement and selection of drought and flood resistant or tolerance cultivars should be one of the prime important area. Then minimum soil disturbance through adoption of zero and minimum tillage and resource conservation technologies. And protected cultivation should also be advised with high value crops from where high remuneration can be obtained from a lesser area, which needs institutional support as well, because farmers are poor in this region mostly. Crop diversification and rotation is also very much required, because if one crop is failed due to some weather aberration, some other crop will also give us backstopping. Some remuneration can come back to the farmer. A revisit to the crop calendar. Crop calendar is the device which gives us the information that at what time is appropriate for going for sowing or transplanting and intercultural operation, as well as harvesting of the products, farm products. And there needs a revisit to the crop calendar. If crop calendar is already there in the region, based on the changing climatic condition, weather condition, that needs revisit. And adoption of soil erosion prevention strategies. Another important tool is that weather-based agro-advisory services. The farmers should be advised based on the prevailing weather or weather forecasting given by IMD, what to do, what not to do, just to preserve the resources. And some possible mitigation strategies: nutrient cycling and delivery of nutrients for food and fiber production, within the farm itself. There is no need to depend on the external supply of fertilizers or chemicals. And that is one of the prime criteria for natural farming. Everything should be produced within the farm, starting from organic manures and up to the seeds. Flood mitigation through filtration and water reservoir. We have to mitigate the flood. Flood menace should be reduced through multi-purpose dams, check dams, etc. And that conserved water should be used for irrigation and other purposes. And there should be structure to plant support through multi-nutrient, multi-element carbon dioxide sequestration and uptake of greenhouse gases in surface and organic layers. And minimize use of chemical inputs and going back to natural or organic mode of farming wherever is feasible. In every plant, every crop, we cannot go for organic or natural farming because we have to feed our own population, because though we get high income from organic products, but that may not be enough to feed a huge population. Those are belonging to the northeastern region. It is preferred climate change resilient crops and cultivars. Through climate change mitigation, probability of there was a study on climate change mitigation study, and that probability of yield change by 2050 through climate resilient cultivars. This picture shows the red regions are showing that there will be a reduction. Greener areas, those which are in higher latitude, they are showing increase in yield, because they will get more and more arable land because of the melting of ice. But melting of ice is ice and glaciers are causing trouble as in the plains as flood. And finally, prepare short to medium duration cultivars with maximum possible diversification within a farm, and integrate crop, animal husbandry, fishery units in a farm as an integrated farming system to recycle byproducts within the farm itself. Then maximize rainwater harvesting and recharge of groundwater, and recycle that harvested water rationally at the time of need. Adopt improved and highly efficient irrigation techniques such as sprinkler and drip irrigation, and government is giving a lot of subsidy in adoption of these highly efficient micro irrigation systems. And then minimize use of conventional energy, shift to the greener energy, that is solar power. And there also government is giving incentive, and they are promoting the use of solar energy. And after all, this is our art. We have to work together, and we have to save this art. Let us happen it. We can hope that let us happen it, that art is safe in the hand of a human being. Sir, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Goswami. Thank you, Dr. Uday Saikia, for your lecture on the climate adaptation and challenges which the world is facing nowadays. And if anyone has any questions to Dr. Saikia, please go ahead. We can take one or two questions.
Yes, sir.
Before we move ahead. Anyone having questions?
So may I?
Please go ahead.
Sir, actually, you have emphasized on some of the mitigation strategies like nutrient cycling, food and flood mitigation through reservoirs. So what do you think, sir, that the water reservoirs, they can be comfortable, they can be compatible with the natural farming, this hypothesis, if we may call, or making more and more reservoirs, will it support the basic hypothesis of this natural farming? What do you think, sir?
Reservoirs may be of different kinds. Farm pond is also a reservoir. In the hills, yes, there is a technology called Jalkund that is established at the top of the hill, and from that rainwater is harvested, and no energy is required. you can simply follow the technique of siphoning and flow down the water to downward, so that at the need of water stress, at the time of water stress, you can irrigate your crop.
Yes, yes. So thank
So
you, sir.
mainly
Thank you
the
for your
irrigation
very
support.
nice picture. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thanks for your nice presentation.
Anything else?
Anyone else who is interested or has a query or a concern?
Sir, I am not so much satisfied because my topic did not match with the ecological.
Yeah, I can understand. But it can be a part of that. So it does not match actually with the ecological pest management. But there is this climate has also a relationship with the, as we mentioned, with the
Yes,
pest
sir.
and disease occurrence.
Yes.
So thank you very much, Dr. Saikia, for your nice presentation.
Thank you very much, sir.
Please stay with us for this session.
Yes, sir.
We'll go to now Poppy Bora, who is the first presenter in oral presentation, Dr. Poppy Bora. And how much time we have to allow for each presentation? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Poppy Bora, Sima.
So we have about 11 presentations, and we have less than an hour. Maybe like you can take 5 to 6 minutes for each presentation.
5 minutes. Where are these conveners? Can they come on the screen so that I can get to know them?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Myself, Dr. Sima Bhavamutli. I am present, sir.
Dr. YK Singh is also there. Dr. Yanendra.
Yanendra is there.
Sir, myself, Giddi Tirumala Devi, sir. Oral presentation, first one.
Yeah. Who will be coordinating now the presentation? Shall I?
Sir, that the chair and co-chair have to do. The conveners have to take notes.
Okay. Now the first presentation is on eco-friendly management of invasive pests. Rugose spiraling whitefly with Ariana and Erosia, and I think it must be these whitefly pests on which crop. And please, Giddi Tirumala Devi, go ahead, because this is one of the topical topics in pest management, these invasive pest problem.
Yes, sir. Sir, actually, there is some problem. Actually, someone is sharing the screen, sir. Mayuri Barua, scientist.
Mayuri, please, you do not share the screen this time. It is Giddi Tirumala Devi who will be first delivering her talk. Is your screen? This.
Yes, sir.
Please share the screen now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Is my screen seen, sir?
Now it is visible. Now it is visible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Go ahead, you take 5 minutes.
Yes, sir.
We
Yes,
can
sir.
have one question after each presentation. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Myself, Giddi Tirumala Devi, PhD scholar of Assam Agriculture University from Jorhat. And my topic I am going to present on eco-friendly management of invasive pest, that is rugose piling whitefly, with Escherichia fumosa rosea, EPF, and ANRCM godilopa, which is the most effective parasitoid of this rugose piling whitefly. Coming to its introduction, this is the invasive species which was first reported in Pollachi district of Tamil Nadu in India by Sundarraj and Selvaraj during 2016. And this incidence of rugose piling was so alarming due to its polyphagous nature. It reproduces throughout the year with a multiple overlapping generations, and it also has the ability to spread over the new areas also. And so that we need some holistic approach to control it, and there is no chemical insecticides which have been recommended against this RSW. So hence we go through the biological approach through EPF like Escherichia fumosa rosea, which is obtained from NBA IR, that is the strain NBA IR PFU5. And with introduction of that exotic natural enemy, that is ANRCM gaudiolopa, which is the most effective parasitoid against this rugose whitefly. Coming to the materials and method, the efficacy of this entomopathogenic fungus, that is Escherichia fumosa rosea, in the management of this rugose whitefly was conducted in major coconut growing areas of north coastal Andhra Pradesh during 2018 to 19 and 19 to 20. And the entomopathogenic fungi, that is Escherichia fumosa rosea, was of NBA-IR APFU5 is applied at the rate of 5 grams per liter, that is 2 into 10 power 8 spores per ml, was sprayed in coconut orchards 2 times per monthly. An exotic natural enemy, that is ANRCM gaudiolopa parasitoid, obtained from ICAR NBA-IR from Bangalore, was released at 15 days after first spray of this EPF in coconut orchards, like by clipping coconut leaflets strips with parasitoid whitefly colonies. And coming to the data, the observations, how we are taking this. First one is percentage of leaves infested per palm is number of leaves infested by RSW by total leaf per palms. And second one is intensity of this pest damage from 10 pest infested leaflets per fronds per palms from the outer and middle worlds, representing the 4 directions of one coconut palm. This is taken like number of leaflets infested by RSW and live colonies per 10 leaflets from each palm by total leaflets per leaf. And the infestation level is assessed based on the pest status. As it is a lower infestation, then it is 0 to 10 live egg spirals or adults per leaflets is observed. When it is observed as 11 to 20 live egg spirals or adults per leaflets, it is considered as a medium infestation. When it is more than 20 egg spirals or adults per leaflets, it is a severe infestation. And the observations is recorded in Escherichia fungus based on its mycosis on RSW different life stages, and ANRCM gaudiolopa parasitization based on exit holes on RSW pupae. And coming to the results, here the Fumosa rosea was sprayed at the rate of 2 into 10 power 8 spores per ml, mixed with the stickers at the rate of 10 ml per liter for the management of RSW during 2018 to 19 and during 2019 to 20 in 4 locations of 2 districts in north coastal Andhra Pradesh. And ANRCM gaudiolopa parasitoid was inoculated for augmentation in Escherichia fumosa rosea sprayed plots of coconut during 2019 to 20, and RSW infestation was reduced drastically in this EPF sprayed coconut orchards, which is inoculated with ANRCM gaudiolopa, other than 2018, where only this EPF was sprayed. And during 2018, only the Escherichia fumosa rosea was only sprayed, and the percent reduction was observed 30.26% and 77.86%. Whereas in 2019, the reduction percentage of this RSW was observed as a 40.76% and 66.57%. That is percent intensity and percent infestation. Coming to the data, coming to the pictures, we can see here the photographs of that exit holes, ANRCM gaudiolopa exit holes on the pupae of that RSW, and the second picture shows the adult ANRCM gaudiolopa in the egg spirals of that RSW, and third picture we can see the stalked eggs of that Dicochrysa aster, which is the new predator of this RSW, was also observed in the sprayed plot of these coconuts. And in the fourth we can see the Dicochrysa aster predator grub feeding on that egg spirals of that RSW. And here I'm going to present my data that is in the year 2018, whereas we sprayed only the Escherichia fumosa rosea here in the 2 district, that is Srikakulam district in the village Patarlapalli village and Cholangipeta village in Vijayanagaram district, and the mean percent infestation in these 2 districts is 48.74%, whereas the percent intensity is 59.13%, and live colonies per leaflets is 49.45% before the spray. And after the first spray, it is noticed as a 42.27% intensity, and the live colonies is 29.35%. And then after the second spray, it is noticed as 18.61% of intensity, and live colonies is 17.05%. And in 2019 to 20, where we sprayed EPF along with the ANRCM gaudiolopa augmentation, and some of the Dichocracy asters were also seen in that sprayed plot, like in districts of Srikakulam and Vijayanagaram. The mean of these two districts was like percent infestation is 50.82% and intensity is 67.63% and live colonies is 45.61% before the spray, and after the first spray it is 49.96% of intensity and live colonies is 21.15% live colonies, and after the second spray the intensity is 16.75% and live colonies is 10.05%. And here the percent reduction after these 2 years is like the percent intensity reduction after the first spray is 30.26% in 2018 and 77.87% after the second spray in 2018, and live colonies we see in 2018 after the spray of the CPF is after the first spray 40.76%, after the second spray it is 66.57%, and in 2019 where we added the EPF along with the ANRCM, Guadeloupe and Dichocracy aster, we see the mean of these two districts, that is percent intensity after the first spray is 28.71% and then after second spray 75.16%, and live colonies percent reduction is like 52.46% and 77.96% after the second spray. Coming to the conclusion, here the drastic reduction of this rugospiralling whitefly was noticed in the 2019 to 20, where we sprayed this Azaria fumosa rosea along with this ANRCM Guadeloupe augmentation, and also where we saw the Dichocracy aster predators on the RSW than 2018 data, whereas the holistic approach is creating awareness among the farmers by spraying this by following this biological control, which is eco-friendly to the climate and eco-friendly to the atmosphere, and also this brought awareness among the farmers and field functionaries led the farmer level production of this entomopathogenic fungus, that is Azaria fumosa rosea, utilized for spraying along with the redistribution of this ANRCM Guadeloupe parasitoid, which is mass produced or which is produced in the Ambajipeta Horticulture Research Station of Andhra Pradesh, resulted in the effective management of rugospiralling whitefly in coconut. Thank you.
Questions?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Tirumala.
Yes, sir.
For your, it is very interesting work you have been doing. So may I ask just one inquiry is there regarding ANRCM Guadeloupe. Have you noticed any sort of your autoparasitism inside the whitefly body by the ANRCM Guadeloupe?
Sir, can you come again, sir, please?
Did you notice any sort of autoparasitism of ANRCM Guadeloupe inside the body of your rugospiralling whitefly?
Inside the rugospiralling whitefly, autoparasitization, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so and the next, just I want to know whether in future it can be, I mean, this ANRCM Guadeloupe, it can it be used as inoculative release method through the inoculative release method?
Yes, sir. Sure.
Have you thought of that?
Yes, sir. In future, it can be used, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, you are right, sir. Yes, sir. It can be used, sir.
Thank you.
I have one question. What is the origin of this invasive pest? Where from it has entered the Andhra Pradesh and other areas? Origin for this invasive pest?
It was like first it was originated in Belize and Florida, sir, during 2004 by Martin, sir. So that this Eleurodacus rugioperculatus
No. How it came to India? Through transportation of grains or through what means it came to India? Because
through transportation of coconut saplings, sir.
From where?
From from the other country, Florida, I guess, sir.
Oh,
I'm not sure about
no, you
that.
You should be because
Yes,
because invasive pests deal with the pests which are not the native of that area.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
One thing I will add to this, that this year we are also having a conference at Jammu, and Dr. Muni Muniappan, who's authority on invasive pests from Virginia Tech, will be delivering a talk at Jammu on these invasive pest problems facing the world.
Yes, sir.
It was a good presentation, okay, with certain which we cannot comment over here. Next, Goswami, go to the next.
Yes, so we can move ahead with the next presentation by Dr. Mayuri Barua. So, ma'am, are you there? Mayuri, ma'am. Biointensive approaches against measures. Yes, please share your screen. Yes.
It is second one. 4.02.
It's the second one.
Yeah.
Dr. Mayuri, are you sharing your screen? Dr. Mayuri Barua, are you there, ma'am?
Yes, she was there.
So now she's not responding.
Let us move ahead. If she joins us, we can have it later on.
Yes.
She's there. She's there. Please go ahead.
Is it visible?
No, it is not visible. Mayuri, it is not visible. Even in the last lecture, also the speakers were not also visible. Speaker, I would appreciate if the speaker makes himself or herself visible. Goswami, is the speaker visible to you?
No, sir.
But I think the speaker should be visible
Actually,
while
they
making the
haven't switched
presentation.
on their cameras.
Please switch on your video, because you have to make the assessment of the speaker unless he or she is visible.
Yes.
Mayuri, please switch on your video.
Yes,
Yeah. Now it is visible. Please go ahead.
It is visible now. My slide is.
Please go to first slide first, the title, then come to the point. Okay, go ahead. 5 minutes are there for you to make presentation. 5 minutes.
Myself, Shivari Borwa, Junior Scientist and Technology from Regional Agriculture Research Station, Assam Agriculture University.
Voice is not audible. There is crackling sound in between. Please check it.
Now it is audible.
Now it is better.
As we all know, the aromatic rice of Assam is a unique class under Sali rice variety, popularly known as Zoha rice. It is well known for its unique aroma, superfine kernel, and good equalities and excellent palatability. And rice, as we all know, that the rice crop is subjected to considerable damage by nearly 300 insect species, out of which 20 insect species are of major economic importance. In Assam, rice fields are mainly of monoculture, and the lack of ecological diversity would be the major pest of occurrence, and limiting the food habitat and the overwintering sites of the natural enemies may be causing the limiting of the natural biological control. Excessive and irrational use of pesticides has become a major obstacle to sustainable agriculture, as well as the threats to the food safety as well as the human health. As the aromatic rice, popularly known as Zoha rice, is a grass crop in our Assam situations, and it's earned a portion of major exchequer, foreign exchequer, and as an alternative to the chemical control and biointensive approaches have been gained momentum in managing the insect pest, encouraging the as well as encouraging the bioecological conservations. Come to the details method. The Keteki Zoha is a popular aromatic rice variety developed from Regional Agriculture Research Station, Titapur, Assam Agriculture University. And the seeds of the Keteki Zoha variety were taken and soaked for 12 hours in a solution of Pseudomonas fluorescens. Required 10 grams per liter of water per kg of seeds. And the treatment was done also with azospirillum and phosphate solubilizing bacteria at a rate of 10 gram per kg of succeed. The nursery bed was prepared by applying the vermicompost at a rate of 5 gram per square meter and the rice husk X at the rate of 10 gram per square meter and the mix well with the soil and at the time of preparation of the nursery bed field. And in the main field, fertilization was done at 2.5 tons of vermicompost as basal and 300 oil cakes of which was as half as basal and half as a drop dressing at the active tilleric stage. And the best experiment was field experiment was laid out in two blocks, popular known as BIPM block and the farmers practice blocks. In the BIPM block, and the mass trapping of stem borer was done by the placing of pheromone traps at a rate of 20 numbers per hectare, which was repeated throughout the crop season by replacing 3 to 4 times at a rate of 5 milligram lure at the 20 days intervals. The trichoculture for the Trichogramma japonica and Trichogramma tylonis at the rate of 5 cc acre were placed 6 times in weekly from the first week of after transplanting. And Nimazel 1% EC was at the rate of 5 milliliter per liter at 75 days after treatment was applied when the population of stem borer and leafholder were maximum, and planting of marigold in the rice barns also done. And now some observations were taken. The damage incidences of major insect pests were recorded at the 10 days interval from the 15 days after transplanting till the harvesting. Damage incidences of the major insect pests was done recorded from the marked 20 randomly selected hills, and for the stem borer, dead heart and white hairhead, and the Colmese silver shoots were recorded. And the grain damage for the Gandhi bug was also recorded, as well as the leaf holder, castor damage leaf, and the whole maggot damage leaf also recorded. In the study period, we have I have recorded some population of dominant and natural enemies like coccinellid beetles, ground beetles, and spiders, as well as stem cell. And the replication was 10, and statistical analysis was randomized block design, which were separated by critical difference values. And let's now come to the result discussions. Results. Some 7 major and persistent rice insect pests were recorded, namely white stem borer, yellow stem borer, rice leaf holder, rice gulmies, and castrum, and whole maggot and Gandhi bug also recorded. And the natural enemies, and the 4 natural enemies were recorded. And these are the photographs of the some of the insect pest. And these are the damage symptoms of the insect pest. And now come to the comparisons of the insect pest incidences in the biointensive pest management as well as the conventional, that is farmers practice management approaches during the Kharif 2018 to 2022. And in the BIPM block, that is biointensive pest management block, and the pest that had all the insect pest population was as well as damage incidences were less as compared to the farmers practice blocks. And the population of these are the some pictures of the natural enemies, coccinellid beetles, stuff swarm spiders, and ground beetle, as well as the damsel flies. And the population of natural enemies was more in the BIPM block as compared to the farmers practice blocks. And the population of coccinellid beetle and ground beetle were significantly higher in BIPM block, and the population of spider and damsel flies were non-significantly higher in the BIPM block. And the grain yield is higher in the BIPM block, it's 4.4 ton per hectare. Sharma and his co-authors in 2018 reported some similar results where management module comprising the alternate spraying of neem-based formulations coupled with the release of egg parasitoids and monitoring of stem borer with pheromone traps significantly reduce the stem borer as well as the other insect pests. These results are in conformity with the Anita and Parimala 2014, who reported the various organic treatment, including the neem were safer to natural enemies. And Shabana Kumar and his co-authors reported in 2008 reported that Pseudomonas fluorescens were safer to national enemies and as well as enhance their populations. Now come to the conclusions. We can conclude that from this present study, the lower incidences of insect-based incidences might be due to the non-use of insecticide, as because of the insect population could not be able to develop the resistance against insecticides, rather they are repelled by the use of new products. As the flowering plants attract the natural enemies, because of which the higher population was recorded in the BFM plot. Higher yield was obtained in the BFM plot, indicating a period of 3 years of stabilization of the yield in organic practices in the aromatic rice variety. The present study, we can from the present study, we can substantiate the fact that the biointensive intensive pest management technologies provide a sustainable system for the eco-friendly management of insect pests, especially in aromatic rice variety. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes. Yes, sir, please, go ahead.
Mayuri, you showed that there was less yield in that control plot. Can you go to that slide, please?
Yes.
Yeah, this is farmer practice.
Yes, it is farmer's
FP.
practice. Farmer's practice.
What did
FP,
they?
yes.
What did they use in their crops?
What?
You went for bio pest management. What was the pest management practice of farmers?
Farmer's practice, it is general practice and practice was followed.
No, that you have not mentioned. You cannot be.
Yes,
when you are comparing two things, because there has been a trend in the world. Whatever the catchy words come, people just go on the bio-intensive pest management.
It was treated as it was taken as untreated.
So untreated.
Yes.
If it was
and
untreated,
the general fertilizer was recommended fertilizers were.
yeah. So initially you made the statement that there is a what you made a statement, pesticide use is very high in rice in Assam, in that area. That was the initial statement you made.
Yes.
So if the pesticide, other farmers do not use, so that statement need not to be made. Then you can say farmers who grow crops without any pest management or pesticides, they should go for bio-intensive pesticides. So that statement using high pesticide is not valid over here. And just Goswami, please go ahead.
Just I want to know, because I am also working on this aspect only here. So I just want to know whether you are facing any problem in growing the flowering plants around the barns, or it's just okay with you. And number two is the stapling of the trichocards with the on the rice leaves, it is safe for the eggs are safe from the natural enemies like its own natural enemies like your coccinellus, septum punctata, and microspid discolor in particular. Are you facing any problem in installation of the trichocards? How you are handling those?
I'm not stapling, just sticking that which gum or other.
So what we usually see is those parasitized eggs, they are being fed by microspheres discolor in huge quantity. So that is the big problem we are facing. That is why I was just asking you whether you were adopting any strategies for installation of those. And number two was how you were. I mean, is it okay for you to grow the flowering plants around the barns of the rice fields?
Some water stagnation was there. Some in the
are you not facing much more? Are you not facing much more your rodent problems around there?
Rolling.
I'm just asking you. Rodent problems, rat problems. Is it inviting more and more rats, or it is?
No, we have kept some
those are the some
gap in between the plot and the barn.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Thank you.
So, if no questions are there from the audience, then can we move ahead, sir?
Yeah, please go ahead. If there are no questions, but you
so
can ask
the next
if somebody is interested. Okay.
Yes.
Is anybody
any question
interested?
is there? Okay, so going to the next presentation is going to be by Jivita P. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Field evaluation of Pongamia oil. Yes. Please share your screen, ma'am.
So my screen is visible.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is visible. Please go ahead. So,
Okay, sir. Can I start?
Is
yes, you
Jivita?
start, but
Jivita.
Is,
Dr.
is
Goswami
my,
is okay. Please go ahead. Please go.
okay, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Jivita from Assam Agricultural University. I'm going to do a presentation on field evaluation of Pongamia oil soap on whiteflies, Bemisia tabaci of eggplant at Kasaragod, Kerala. Brinjal is a principal vegetable crop, which is in our country, and India is the second largest producer of brinjal after China. In Kerala, the brinjal is being produced in the area of 1,920 hectares with the production of 24 tons, and it is a highly nutritious vegetable.
Just a second. Please make yourself visible. You are making an oral presentation. I request everybody to make, when he or she is speaking, make yourself visible on the screen.
Sir, sorry, sir. Actually, my connection may be poor. If I switch on the camera, I may lose the connection. That's why. Is it okay, sir, to be?
Okay, then go ahead.
Like this?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, sir. And like other crops, brinjal also faces a heavy pest infestation, and the whitefly is one of them. And nowadays, the unscientific and the overuse of synthetic insecticides leads to a toxic residues on the produce, along with the development of resistant genes and the pollution of air, water, and soil. So, with this concern, the objective of my study was evaluating the potential of soap formulation of Pongamia oil against the whiteflies Bemisia tabaci, which is infesting brinjal, at different concentrations of Pongamia oil. Pongamia is Miliaceae pinnata, which belongs to the family Fabaceae, and it's a multi-purpose tree with multiple medicinal and insecticidal properties. And the seeds of it contains 27 to 40% oil content, and the oil is reddish brown in color, bitter in taste, and thick oil. Coming to the materials and methods, the design I used was randomized block design with 8 treatments and 3 replications, and the crop variety was KU released variety, which is Surya, with the spacing of 60 by 60 centimeters square. And the number of sprays given were 3, and the photograph shows the crop at the field stage. Coming to the treatment details, the 8 treatments include chlorantraniliprole in the first and the third spray, and thiamethoxam in case of spray 2, and Pongamia oil soap 3%, Pongamia oil soap 2%, Pongamia oil soap 1%, and Pongamia oil soap 0.6%, along with the neem oil soap 0.6%, soap solution 0.5%, and control. Coming to the observation method, the number of nymphs and adults of Bemisia tabaci from 5 selected leaves, which is 1 from top, 2 from middle, and 2 from lower, from 5 selected plants were counted in order to calculate the average population density. And the observations were recorded 1 day before the treatment, then 1, 3, 5, 7, and 14 days after the sprays. Coming to the results, during my first spray, Pongamia oil soap 3% recorded the minimum whitefly populations on 1 day, 3rd day, 5th day, 7th day, and 14 days after spray, which was followed by Pongamia oil soap 2% and Pongamia oil soap 1%. And in my first spray, Pongamia oil soap 0.6% and neem oil soap 0.6% were on par with each other, which shows that the Pongamia oil also equally effective as like neem on whiteflies. In my second spray, thiamethoxam and Pongamia oil soap 3% were on par with each other in reducing the whitefly population, and which was followed by Pongamia oil soap 2%, Pongamia oil soap 1%, and as like first spray, in second spray also Pongamia oil soap 0.6% and neem oil soap 0.6% were on par with each other. And in case of third spray, the Pongamia oil soap 3% itself stand first in reducing the whitefly population on first, third, fifth, 7th, and 14 days after spray, and which was followed by Pongamia oil soap 2%, 1%, 0.6%, and neem oil soap 0.6%. So with these results, I would like to conclude my presentation. The Pongamia oil soap at different concentrations were effective in reducing the whitefly population. So it can be included in integrated pest management and can be an alternative for neem oil or other biopesticides also. So for future line of this work, the extraction of flavonoids from Pongamia can be commercialized, and the combination with other biopesticides also can be done, and the synergistic action with the synthetic chemicals also can be done, also can be evaluated to manage the sucking pest of vegetables. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jivita. So it was a nice presentation, but my observation is that one should also take the observation of the natural enemies of the pest, whatever the pest you are taking. So probably in this study, you have not taken the, data of the natural enemies of Bemisia tabaci.
Sir, natural
so
enemies
it must
of
be taken whether
natural enemies I have
yes, natural enemies
recorded,
of
sir, but it will be a big presentation, no, sir. So I didn't include that.
Okay. Okay. So you have taken the data. So that is all right. Yeah. So that is my observation, sir. So any other questions from the attendees? Sir, do you have a question?
The concentration of this Pongamia oil, like there is a problem in neem oil because of this. Oh, there is some background noise. Different concentrations also you tried of this Pongamia oil?
Yes, sir. From 0.6 to 3% I have tried.
0.6 to 3%.
Yes, sir. And it is a soap formulation of Pongamia oil.
Pongamia oil. And which was the best one out of these?
So 3% of Pongamia oil soap.
3%. Beyond 3% you have not taken.
Yes, sir. 3% was
the maximum. The maximum was also 3% concentration.
Yes, sir. Maximum concentration, maximum
so you
efficacy
cannot
was.
No. You had taken concentration of from 0.6 to 3.
Yes, sir.
So 3 was the best out of 0.6 to 3.
Yes, sir.
So how can you conclude it can be beyond 3 also can be much better than the 3?
Sir, actually there was there was a problem, sir, like phytotoxicity during summer season.
Yeah.
So if it can be increased after 3% or more than 3% means there may be a phytotoxicity.
Maybe or it has been seen that it causes phytotoxicity.
Sir, I have observed, sir, and I have recorded also the phytotoxicity.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Now Shehnaz Sultana.
Yes, ma'am.
Please go ahead. Please go.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Jivita, can the supply be met with the demand? Availability of Pongamia oil soap?
At present, in Tamil Nadu, the Pongamia oil is like produced at certain quantity, ma'am. But for the future use, or if the quantity is needed more, means it should be the production should be increased, ma'am. I'm not sure about the present production quantity.
Yes. There maybe that will also be a problem of supply and demand. right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. And that is an alternative to neem oil, right?
Yes,
that can
ma'am.
also be an alternative. Yeah, good.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
It can be. Thank you.
Sir, can we move ahead to the next presentation?
Yeah, yeah. Please go ahead.
Actually, you asked Shahnaz Sultana, and she was telling that her presentation will be there in the poster session.
Okay.
We are skipping this 4.04.
Yeah.
I think this 4.04, so we can go ahead to 4.04, which is going to be delivered by
Damodar Reddy.
4.05, Damodar Reddy.
Yeah.
So P. Damodar Reddy, are you there? If you're not there, so we can
that time
take
also
the next
he was not there.
presentation. Yeah.
4.06.
So, yes. No. Now 4.06 Gumudala Yashini.
Yes, sir.
So, ma'am, please share your screen.
Is it visible, sir?
Yeah.
Yes. A very good afternoon to one and all. Myself, Gumudala Ishaswini, pursuing PhD in Professor Jayashankar, Telangana State Agricultural University. I am hereby to deliver my presentation upon the topic diversity of endosymbionts associated with Bemisia tabaci complex in Bihar. Here, the name itself, Bemisia tabaci species complex. There are majorly two issues with this. One is regarding its nomenclature, which has been continuously evolving from the races and the biotypes and the next to genetic groups and presently known as the species. But in this session, I will be using the term genetic groups as it is widely accepted when they have done the universal phylogeny of this Bemisia tabaci. And the other thing is that this species complex, it's totally known to compose of 46 genetic groups till to date. And these are the 46 genetic groups which have been reported throughout the world, and these are the 11 species which have been reported throughout the India. So taking these two issues into the major concern, we have initiated to work upon these identification of these genetic groups, and thereby we took a further initiative to identify its endosymbionts associated with these Bemisia tabaci. It is usually associated with that of a primary endosymbiont, that is Protera, which is present in almost all the genetic groups, and with 7 secondary endosymbionts also it's been reported. And for this purpose, first we have done a interhost survey within and around the region of the Pusa, where we have found these Bemisia tabaci upon 23 plant species. And then there we have found that majorly the brinjal crop was found to be associated with these Bemisia tabaci. And so we took a further next step to identify these Bemisia tabaci within the different locations of the Bihar, within different districts of the Bihar.
You are not moving the slides.
Yeah, I'm moving, sir.
No, it is static. Goswami, is she moving the slides? Because I'm.
Slides are not moving, sir.
Please escape. Please press escape.
I'm stuck on the first slide.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry for this. And this is the introduction, and these are the genetic groups which have been reported 46 within all over the world, and these are the 11 species within India. And these are the two endosymbionts, one is of the primary and the other is of the secondary endosymbionts, which have been reported within Bemisia tabaci. And with these two major issues, one is finding of the genetic groups present within the Bihar and the endosymbionts associated with that. First, we took an initiative to find an interhost survey within and around the region of the Pusa, where we have found 23 plant species were totally infested with these Bemisia tabaci. And the major plant infested was that of the brinjal. And so we took that brinjal crop as the major, and we have done an interlocation survey throughout the Bihar region within different districts. And these are the different 11 locations which have done, and 12 and 13th Adikonda and Babatla, they were taken as the check. And this first we have confirmed these Bemisia tabaci genetic groups using this mitochondrial cytochrome oxidase 1 gene, and we have confirmed it at molecular level that all these are found to be as the Bemisia tabaci. And 4 genetic groups were found throughout the interhost and interlocation, that is the Asia 1, Asia 27, Asia 21, China 3. And here comes the major work which I am presenting in this theme, that is the endosymbionts. And for identification of these endosymbionts, we have used totally 6 different 16S rRNA gene specific primers. One is of the primary, that is Protera, and the remaining 5 are regarding the secondary endosymbionts. And here, when it comes to the molecular identification of these bacterial endosymbionts associated with the complex, I have found that Protera and the Arsinophorus were found to be 100% infested in all the host plants, and 100% incidence of all these endosymbionts was found to be in the Congress grass, potato, Chinese hibiscus, and the Mexican marigold, cucumber, and broadbean. And here, when I compare with these endosymbionts with that of the genetic groups, I could say that Asia 27 of Chinese hibiscus and 5 host plants of this Asia 1 genetic groups were found to be infested with all the secondary endosymbionts, along with that of the primary endosymbiont, that is the Protera. And here comes the gel pictures which I have. Here we can see that which are presence of a band indicates that they are present in that host, and absence indicates that it's not there in that host crop. And next, coming to the location, among all the locations, I have found that Protera and Wolbachia were found to exhibit a mutualistic relationship, where Wolbachia was also found to compete, means it was also providing the host needed nutrients along with that of the Protera species. And 100% of all these 6 endosymbionts were found to be located in Kotia, Mirapur, Madrapur, Drabkama, Daryapur, Pusa, and Bapatla. And when I compare these endosymbionts with that of the genetic groups, I can say that Asia 1 of all the locations of North Bihar and within the South Bihar, Lakhisarai district was found to be infested with all these 6 endosymbionts. And these are the gel pictures of this. And I would like to conclude this session by saying that primary endosymbiont, as we all accepted that it should be present in all the species, we got the similar results that it was found to be identified in almost all the interhosts and the interlocations. And these bacterial endosymbionts were nowhere found to be having single infections. Rather than that, they were found to be in groups, that is the multiple infections were noticed. And when coming to the genetic groups, the Asia 27 and Asia 1 were found to be infested with all the 6 endosymbionts. So taking all these points into the consideration, in the future, we can go for a genetic group, means these endosymbionts, as they are playing a major role in its several functions of the white flame. We can consider that in which genetic group these endosymbionts are present, and with the removal or knockdown of that specific endosymbionts, we can go for further future management of these genetic groups. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gumudala Yashashini. It was a nice work, and I just want to, because I'm not very much familiar with this, I mean, your biotechnological and molecular biology work. So I just want to know how this nice work can be utilized in practical way. How can it be utilized in management of white fly, if you can
Yes,
say?
sir. Actually, the major issue here is that many of them, they don't know that Bemisia tabaci, they will be thinking it as a single species. But here it is that it is totally composed of 46 different genetic groups. So each genetic group, it will be having different endosymbionts, and it will be playing somewhat different role when compared to the others. So if we are able to find it at molecular level, that which genetic groups are there and which endosymbiont is taking a role in that genetic groups, so we can go specific to that. We can design some management aspects, and we can go specifically rather than using the same common management to all the genetic groups. We can go for specific.
But how, continuing with the question of Dr. Goswami,
Yes,
say
sir.
there are different genetic groups of this white fly Bemisia tabaci, but when in the field, whether cotton or a brinjal,
Yes, sir.
how a farmer can understand to which group they belong and
Yes,
how
sir.
to manage them?
Yes, sir. Farmer, actually, it's not up to the farmer level, sir. First, we should identify and we should suggest them that this should be taken as this genetic group is prevailing here.
Agreed. Achha. So you have to then identify what are the prevalent areas where one genetic group is in prevalence
sir.
and other areas.
Yes, sir.
And only one suggestion, it was a nice presentation.
Thank
Do
you,
not use column of for serial numbers in tables. That is
Okay.
out of the context of this seminar. Just a
Yes, sir.
suggestion.
Yes, sir.
Never use column for serial numbers in the table,
Okay, sir. Thank you.
especially when you are making presentation or writing for a good journal. Okay,
Yes, sir.
thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So we are suggested that we should move fast by the organizing team, sir. So we are going to the next presentation.
4 point?
So it is going to be 4.07, sir.
Yeah.
So it is going to
Kusuri
be
Supriya.
delivered by, yeah. Kusuri, Supriya, are you there?
Yeah.
Kusuri Supriya, if you are not there, we'll be moving
Yes,
to the
sir.
next presentation.
I'm
So
here.
please share your slides, ma'am.
I'm Dr. Sumati.
So you are Dr. Shumati. So 4.07 has not been presented.
Yes, sir.
It is 4.08.
There's 4.08 now.
Sumati.
Myself 4.07, Dr. Sumati, sir.
No. It is
We have been
4.0.
provided that. We have been provided the list where your.
So go ahead.
Numbers might be there may be minor
So
changes because
no
of some.
It is efficacy of eco-friendly pesticides against spotted spider mite.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Please go ahead. That is 4.0. Okay, go ahead.
I have sent the slides, sir.
No. This is earlier slideshow. Please.
Morning I sent, sir.
Is Gumudala Yashashini, can you please